Good morning, everyone. Please be seated. Yeah. So, right, okay. Right, we're ready to go. Stay seated. Stay seated, you're right. Yep. Ready to start the meeting, members? Yeah, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Cornwall Council's annual general meeting. In accordance with the law, the current chairman, Councillor Nolan, is unable to preside over an election of chairman. As we understand, he will be a nominated candidate. I will be asking the monitoring officer to confirm the legal position regarding the election and explain why Councillor Nolan is not present in the meeting at this point. I'll now hand over to the monitoring officer.
Thank you. So just to explain to members, because I appreciate this is a break from what you've been used to here at Cornwall Council, the Constitution and the law recognise that the chairman cannot preside over his own potential re-election. In the absence of the chairman, we have a vice chairman to preside, and that is what's going to happen. By virtue of the law, which we have double-checked with a council's opinion, if Councillor Nolan is in the meeting, he must preside as chairman. He's unable to preside over his own election, which is why he is out of the room and awaiting the outcome. Appreciate that's unusual. Don't really want to open this up for debate. I think we do need to move on to the election of chairman, which the vice chair will deal with, although I can see hands going up.
I have a point of order, please, Vice Chair. Thank you. Could it be explained then what will happen to Councillor Nolan's vote? Because clearly he won't be able to vote, which has an issue of democracy. And does this mean that former monitoring officers, Richard, Mel and Henry, were all wrong?
Thank you for the question. I think it's a valid point with regards to democracy. Like I said, we've checked this point of law with a second opinion, and by virtue of the law and the legal position, Councillor Nolan is unable to vote because he would have to be present in the room to be able to vote. I can't speak for the way in which other monitoring officers have interpreted this, but my reading of the law, which I say has been backed up by a second opinion, means that the procedure we're about to follow is correct and in accordance with the law.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Election of chairman. In accordance with paragraph 16.6 of the council procedural rules, if there are more than 2 people nominated for any position to be filled, then there is not a clear majority of votes in favour of one person. Then the name of that person will be the least number of the votes will be taken off the list and a new vote taken. The process will continue until there is a majority of votes for one person. I will now therefore call for nominations to appoint chairman of the council. Each nomination will need a seconder. So I have nominations, please. Councillor Chopat.
Thank you. I have the privilege of nominating Councillor Nolan. Thank you.
Do we have a seconder for that?
Yes, me, Councillor Thomas. Councillor Thomas.
Are there any other nominations, please? Thank you. Therefore, there only one nomination, that of Councillor Nolan. Please, could you vote? Sorry. Oh, sorry. Councillor Chopat, I'm rushing this a bit now. Do you wish to speak?
All right, thank you. Obviously, this is a bit of an unusual situation. Councillor Nolan has asked me to make the speech on his behalf, and I've checked with Paul to make sure. So I'm going to ask everybody to close their eyes, because I'm actually doing Rob's speech, so I thought it would make sense for you all to pretend I was Rob. Sorry. You don't have to, I'm just showing the flippancy of this situation. It is a bit daft. Right, okay. So Rob has asked me to make this short speech he would have made if we'd carried out the election of chair the way we always have. When sat in this chamber a year ago, fresh from our election victories, I stood up and said that I wanted to bring lively debate back to the chamber. It turned out to be a little harder than I expected. We weren't allowed to debate anything that was a cabinet function or involved money, which doesn't leave very much, really. So we went to Constitution and Governance, and with the help of officers and the members of that committee, came up with advisory motions that couldn't tie the cabinet hands or commit them to spending money. We had a first set of advisory motions at the last full council, and we had some solid and impassioned debate. I look forward to more of that. If I was really campaigning, I'd produce a leaflet with the headline, "Promise made, promise kept," probably with a little bar chart. I think I've been fair and treated everyone the same. You have 3 minutes to speak, and it doesn't matter if you're our glorious leader or the newest backbencher. 3 minutes is all you get. Then it's on to the next. And 3 minutes is a long time to speak. People stop listening. So when Anita says 30 seconds, start to wind up, please. Thank you for an interesting year. Thank you, Chair. Or Vice Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Choba. Mike, do you want to wish to say anything?
Yes, I'd be very happy to second the nomination for Councillor Owen to be chair of Cornwall Council. In my short experience of being a member of this council, it's very much the case that the chairs bring a certain quality of life to their role, and they have a certain way of presenting things in their own individual way. And Rob certainly has a style that is unique to himself. I have been very pleased to notice that he has attended a lot of the committee meetings, and this alone, I think, has given him a great understanding of what we as members are faced in our daily work as members of this council. So without more ado, I am happy to second the proposal that Councillor Rob Nolan be chairman of Cornwall Council for the next civic year.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. Of order, Councillor Mustow.
Yeah, thank you, and I'm grateful for Councillor Chopak for reading Councillor Nolan's speech. Can the monitoring officer just explain to me, if this was a contested election, would the other person who presumably be allowed to be in the chamber and give their own speech, but Councillor Nolan wouldn't be allowed in to give his speech? How would that work, please?
You call in the monitoring officer, please.
Yes, there are occasions where the law is an ass. This is one of them. And you're correct. If there was a contested election, the other candidate would be able to remain in the room and vote. And we've checked that point specifically.
Thank you. Right, with no further ado, there being only one nomination, that of Councillor Nolan, please could you vote for, against or abstain in relation to Councillor Nolan's appointment using the button on your microphone base.
Couple more seconds, members. Vote closed.
Thank you, members. It seems almost unanimous that Councillor Nolan has been chosen as a candidate for the chairman of the council for the ensuing year 26-27.
Thank you very much, members. That's fairly nerve-wracking standing outside in the corridor, but probably better than watching. Sorry?
How was your speech?
Oh, the score's still on the doors. Okay. Right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Cornwall Council. Oh, he's done that, have we? Hold on. Election of Vice Chairman, agenda item number 2. As previously, be aware that prior to the vote, each candidate will be asked to make a brief speech on the reason they wish to be nominated and their vision for the role. In the event that there is only one candidate, they will be still expected to make a speech. In accordance with paragraph 16.6 of the Constitution, if there are more than 2 people nominated for any position to be filled and not a clear majority of votes in favour of one person, then the name of the person with the least number of votes will be taken off the list and a new vote taken. The process will continue until there is a clear majority of votes for one person. I will now call for nominations for the election of Vice Chairman of the Council. Is there a proposal? Councillor Tudor?
Councillor John Thomas.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Ball? Thank you. Councillor Tudor, do you want to say anything?
No, not really. Only that Councillor Thomas, I know, has carried out his role very well over the last years and stepped in for you when you haven't been able to. I know that it's a very busy role, and that I'm more than happy to put him up this time.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Ball?
Thank you, Chair. Much like Councillor Tudor said, Councillor Thomas has supported yourself the past year, so I couldn't think of anyone better to be seconding. So, great.
Thank you very much. And I'll ask Councillor John Thomas to make a statement. Councillor Thomas, where are you?
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I've got to ask if there are any more nominees first.
Oh,
Sorry.
right, yeah, I thought you were...
It doesn't say that here, but anyway, over the page. Are there any other nominees? Hey, well, back to you, John.
Sit,
As you wish.
Yeah, I will stand. Yeah, I've not written a speech, members. Only to say that I've really enjoyed the last 12 months working with Rob. We've done a lot of civic functions and met a lot of interesting people. I still sub on committees whenever possible, but I'm happy to work for the benefit of Cornwall Council and, more importantly, the residents of Cornwall. I think we're heading in the right direction as far as we can see now in making Cornwall Council a proud and productive council. So I'm pleased to be nominated as Vice Chair, and I will do the best thing I can, the best of my ability. Thank you.
Thank you. So, on to the vote now, yeah? There being only one nomination, that of Councillor Thomas, please could you vote for, against or abstain in relation to Councillor Thomas's appointment using the buttons on your microphone base.
Couple more seconds, members.
I'm not in. 4. Is that mine?
Vote closed.
Do you say or do I? Well, very, very pleased to announce that Councillor John Thomas is elected as Vice Chair for another year. Councillor Thomas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. You've got a pen, right? Use that pen.
Thank you. I would now like to welcome Matt Fugel, Minister of Pastoral Care for Mullion, Porthleven, Ruin Minor, Trinity United St Kevin. Matt, over to you.
Thank you. Do you want to stand or sit? No, you're fine.
Welcome one and all to the meeting. For those of you I've not met yet, my name is Reverend Matt. As mentioned, I'm a minister within the Lizard and Mount Space Circuit. I look after 6 of the chapels there, and my wife, Reverend Rebecca, looks after the other 6 of the chapels. So as you can imagine, it's a scintillating experience at home. As I have been here, when I first arrived, I looked after chapels from St. Just to Newlyn, and then a few years ago, I changed over to the Lizard. Over that time, I've had the privilege of looking after a number of different chapels and community initiatives. And one of them that I'd just like to talk with you briefly about is called Roll the Dice. Roll the Dice started off in January 2024 as an after-school club for 7 kids. Me and my mate Dave said, we like kids, reasonably, and we can put up with them for an hour, and we know they like games. Let's play some games with them. Started out with 7 kids, and over the last 2 years, it's grown like you wouldn't believe. We're currently in 18 schools doing community gaming. We have a community gaming space. We have an expo, which is happening in the first weekend of August. If you want some good photo opportunities, that's the time to come. Mostly, though, it's changed. It started off working with children, and now it's children and young adults and old adults and literally everyone. And it's changed because there is a fundamental problem within society, and that is the problem of loneliness. So many of our folks find themselves isolated and alone, and the more rural they are, the harder that is to deal with. It turns out that the game, whatever the game is, was just the excuse, whether it was gathering around board games, whether it's gathering around card games or miniature games or role-playing games. What was more important to those people was that in that place, at that time, they felt welcomed and loved and accepted. And that's been true not just of the gaming community, but also of our church communities. Over and over again, more and more people are welcome and accepted. Now, I raise this with you not just to toot my own horn, but also to share that I am aware that what happens here is the exact same thing. Oh, I know we all represent different political parties here. And by the way, I've been asked to assure some of you my hair colour is not a reflection of my political leaning. Now, we are here because we have responsibilities not to our parties, but to the communities that elected us. We exist in order to make ourselves stronger. It is our responsibility, therefore, to serve those who elected us, to deal with the issues which are not just party political, but are political in nature. Those who are lonely, those who are isolated, those who struggle and suffer. The business that we deal with may at times feel mundane, but at its heart, there is that most important thing, to make our community better. So I want to pray for you, and I pray that through your business, that will be your endeavour, to make this community better. Let's pray. Dear Lord, we thank you for the communities that have shaped us and that we are called to serve. We pray for this meeting, for those present here today, for those joining us online, and for those unable to be with us for whatever reason. We pray for the items of business that are before us and for the discussions and decisions that we will make. We ask, Lord, that you keep us focused on our role as representatives of those who elected us. Do not let thoughts of self-interest or political differences interfere with our responsibility to strengthen our community. Finally, Lord, we pray for our country, for the King and the royal family, for the government and the opposition, and for all who seek to serve, whether at a local or a national level. We ask you, Lord, guide them and guide us. This we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. And we gather up our prayers with the words of the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Amen. Amen.
Thank you. You'll be very welcome to stay and enjoy the proceedings, or you might have other business to attend to. Thank you for your attendance today.
I should just say, my leaving now is not a reflection on you and your meeting, but I have another more important thing. I'm attending a local primary school where they have decided they wish to grill a vicar. So as much as I leave you with my prayers, I would pray that your prayers go with me as I answer their more difficult questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I move on to agenda item number 4, apologies for absence. I've been notified of the following apologies. Councillors Bose, Clemens, Donithorne, Glasson, Moorcroft, Rowe, Rouse and Thomas and Kenyon. Are there any more? The monitoring officers agreed the following members may join us remotely for medical reasons. As you'll appreciate, they're not able to vote. Councillor Giles, that is. So Councillor Giles joining us remotely. Agenda item 5, declarations of interest. In accordance with the Constitution, I will now take declarations of interest from any member for any items on the agenda. Will members please indicate any items in which they have an interest in the nature of those interests. If you are aware that you have a disclosable pecuniary interest or non-registerable interest in any matter being considered on the agenda, you must disclose it, whether or not you've already entered it in the register. Anybody? Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Chair. It's not an interest as such, but I do work for an academy trust, and I plan on speaking on item 18.3, the motion for mental health and wellbeing in schools.
Thank you, that's fine. Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Tudor.
I am currently counselling children at an academy trust school on a voluntary basis.
Thank you for registering that, that's fine. Nobody else? Okay. Item 6, Chairman's announcements. I was delighted to attend the Cornwall International Male Voice Choir concert at Truro Cathedral. Incredible festival. Choirs travelling from all across the world to perform, and the Czechoslovakian Children's Choir were absolutely outstanding with Bohemian Rhapsody in the cathedral. Quite a thing. Congratulations to Mucky Nuts Imbued on receiving the King's Award for Enterprise for Innovation, a fantastic and well-deserved achievement. I look forward to visiting them later in the year for the presentation. I was delighted to host the presentation for the King's Award for Voluntary Services to Fathoms Free with the Lord Lieutenant. It was a great opportunity to hear firsthand the invaluable work these volunteers do in removing ghost gear from the seas around Cornwall. I was also pleased to welcome His Royal Highness the Duke of Gloucester to the YMCA in Penzance. And no, we didn't sing. It provided a real insight into the important work they are doing there, particularly in relation to their new flats. Agenda item number 7. I'll move that the minutes of the meeting held on Tuesday, the 21st of April 2026 are correctly recorded and they'll be signed by the Chairman. I'll ask my Vice Chairman to second the minutes. Councillor Thomas, would you do so?
Happy to second the minutes, Chairman.
Thank you. You need to vote on that, so the vote will now be open. Please vote for, against or abstain.
Couple more seconds, members. Vote closed.
Thank you, that's approved. Agenda item number 8, questions from the public. I just remind everybody that as agreed by the Council, up to 30 minutes be given for questions from the public. I will be asking the public to read out their questions. Where the member of the public is not present, my Vice Chairman will read the question. At my discretion, a questioner who has put a question in person may ask one supplementary question without notice to the member who replied to the original question. Any supplementary question that is put must arise directly out of the original question or the reply. And today, we have 9 questions. Question number 1 from Mr. Atherfold of Camborne, who is not in attendance, so I'll ask the Vice Chairman to read the question.
Thank you, Chairman. Could the portfolio order for transport please explain why after 7 months of works to the mining feature that has caused much disruption to local traffic, there has yet been a further delay to the proposed completion date to reopen the main road through Beacon?
Thank you. Councillor Rogerson, would you respond?
Miraz Kaderia. I'd like to thank Mr. Rutherford for his question regarding the completion of the works at the mining feature in Beacon and the reopening of the main road. Before works commenced, the anticipated completion date was the 8th of May. In practice, school buses were able to pass through the site from the 11th of May with the road fully reopened to all traffic at approximately 4:30 p.m. on the 12th of May. A safe pedestrian route was maintained throughout the duration of the works. As with any complex infrastructure project of this nature, a number of challenges arose which were mitigated as best we could. In particular, utility works formed a key element of the programme. While it had initially been intended for foul and freshwater diversions to be undertaken concurrently, site constraints, including limited working space, the proximity to the mining feature itself, and the need to protect the integrity of the freshwater supply required these activities to be carried out sequentially instead. So the road therefore reopened 2 working days later than originally planned.
Thank you. Question number 2. This question is from Mr. Grout of Launceston. Miss Grout of Launceston, who is not in attendance, so I'll ask the Vice Chairman to read out the question.
Thank you, Chairman. When children with SEND repeatedly lose access to education through lesson removal or isolation, at what point does this become a safeguarding concern? And what oversight ensures reasonable adjustments for neurodivergence pupils are probably implemented in Cornwall schools?
Thank you. I'll ask Councillor Frank, the Cabinet Member for Children, to answer the question.
Miraz Kaderia. So we take these concerns very seriously, particularly when children with SEND are becoming distressed in school or repeatedly losing access to learning. Schools and academy trusts are responsible for their day-to-day safeguarding arrangements, but Cornwall Council also has clear safeguarding responsibilities and an important oversight role across the system. So within that, we carry out regular safeguarding reviews in schools across Cornwall, and as part of that work, we look carefully at behaviour systems and inclusion. We also look at how schools are supporting neurodivergent children and young people, including whether reasonable adjustments are being made so that pupils are able to access education safely and successfully. That is really important because behaviour policies should never operate in a way that leaves children with additional needs unfairly disadvantaged or excluded from learning. We've recently strengthened our approach by gathering feedback directly from children and parents before visits take place, and that gives us a clearer picture of what children are actually experiencing. And we welcome the changes that the government is making to the Ofsted framework. There is more emphasis being placed on inclusion, and we are asking more detailed and targeted questions around the use of reflection rooms, reset spaces, and internal isolation. We want to understand how they are being used and whether they are proportionate. Where concerns are identified, we make clear recommendations, and in cases where there are ongoing safeguarding or practice concerns, we engage with the school or the academy trust to seek assurance and improvement, and can also escalate our concerns to the Department for Education. We respect the autonomy of academy trusts, but we also have a responsibility to advocate for children's safety and well-being, and we will continue to challenge where improvement is needed. And at the heart of this is a basic principle: children should feel safe, supported, and included in school.
Thank you. Question 3, this is from Mr. Smith of St Morven, who is not in attendance, so I'll ask the Vice Chairman to read the question.
Thank you, Chairman. 12 months ago, the leader made an excellent speech in which he criticised the lack of candour and transparency in the relationship between the council and its companies. He promised reform with an inquiry to report by November. Can he now please provide an update? Has anything changed?
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for your question. You're quite right, I do make excellent speeches. The commitment to review the companies was a result of the issues relating to a former councillor, which I referred to in my leader's announcements at Cabinet in June 25. This, excuse me, this work was largely handled through a task and finish group which was chaired by the Deputy Leader and Cabinet Member for Resources and included councillors, officers and representatives of the companies. It concluded with reports that were brought before the Corporate Finance and Performance Overview Scrutiny Committee in October 25 and then to the Constitution and Governance Committee and full Council in November 25. The report sets out a review of Article 21 of the Constitution, which deals with the overarching governance of the group of companies to bring this in line with best practice. The work was undertaken by the Task and Finish Group and also included a review of the interrelationship between the Council and its companies. No structural changes were recommended to the group of companies at the time. However, formal and informal work also took place to ensure that representatives of the companies now appear before relevant overview and scrutiny committees and the Audit Committee as necessary, as well as increasing collaboration and communication between the Council and its group of companies. We want to pursue continuous improvement, and the report to full Council concluded with a recommendation that a review of the governance arrangements will be undertaken by the Corporate and Finance Overview and Scrutiny Committee within 12 to 18 months of the full Council's decision, and any issues will be referred back to Constitution and Governance Committee as necessary.
Thank you. Now question 4. This question is from Mrs. Hallett of Launceston, who is joining us remotely. Welcome, Mrs. Hallett. Please could you put your question?
Since September 22 onwards, Athena Trust have become more involved in running Launceston College. Can an investigation take place on what the increase is in figures of mental health in their students and why? For example, via the Early Health Hub, GPs, CAMS, referrals, etc. If increased significantly, can Athena Trust be removed? Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll ask Councillor Frank, Cabinet Member for Children, to reply.
Thank you, Mrs. Hallett, for your question. I really recognise that many families are deeply worried about children's emotional well-being, and I understand why parents want answers. Looking properly at trends in children's mental health is really, really important. We're seeing increasing levels of anxiety, emotionally based school avoidance, and wider emotional well-being challenges amongst children and young people locally, but also nationally. But it is a really complex picture. Young people access support through a number of different routes, and there are many different factors that can affect emotional well-being. You know, I don't think we fully understand the long-term impact that COVID lockdowns may have had on children's resilience and mental health, for example. So it means it's not always straightforward to draw direct conclusions from one set of figures alone. However, there is real value in looking very carefully at the experiences of children and families alongside the wider evidence available to us. So there is a motion being debated this afternoon in full council, and one reason I support that motion is precisely so that we can take a constructive approach that gives us a fuller understanding of what children and families are experiencing. So you ask about removing academy trusts, Mrs. Hallett, but that's not something that the council has the power to do. Decisions around academy intervention or rebrokering sit with the Secretary of State for Education and the Department for Education, working with the regional director. There are reforms being introduced in the Children's Wellbeing in Schools Act and the recent Education White Paper that will create new standards for trusts and introduce Ofsted inspections for multi-academy trusts. And I really welcome these reforms as they will bring a new level of accountability. And we will continue to advocate strongly for the wellbeing and best interests of children and young people in Cornwall.
Thank you. Mrs. Hallett, do you have a supplementary question?
No, that's all right. It's just how much impact I know it's had on my child since Athena have been more involved in the running of the school. That's all. How much damage it has done to her mentally and physically.
Thank you. Thank you. That's not a question, so I won't pop that on. But thank you. Noted. Could you turn off your camera now, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Question number 5 is from Mrs. Shanks of Launceston, who is joining us remotely. Welcome, Mrs. Shanks. Please could you put your question?
Hear me? Just checking that you can hear me.
We can hear you, we can't see you.
It did ask me to unmute everything, so I can't I can't make the camera work. My question is, and I have concerns over the lack of sort of local governance. I just joined the meeting and I heard that you touched on.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Shanks. You have to read out the question that you've submitted. If you could do that, please.
Okay, unlike other public services, academies have no clear statutory duty to consult parents on major decisions. What steps will Cornwall Council take to address this democratic gap and ensure parents have a meaningful voice where there is no choice in alternative schools in Launceston and other areas of Cornwall?
Thank you. And again, Councillor Frank.
Thank you, Mrs. Shanks. And you came through loud and clear, so please don't worry that you weren't able to unmute. I really understand the concern that you're raising, particularly in rural areas where families may feel they have very limited choice about which school their child attends. It's really important that families know these concerns are being listened to. And that's one of the reasons why the motion, we can see you, excellent. That's from one of the reasons why the motion later today is very important, because it talks about setting up a cabinet advisory group to look into exactly those issues. Cornwall Council does have a key role as a local leader and advocate for children, for families and for communities, but we do not have the legal powers to direct academy trusts or require them to consult in specific ways. We do work with them and strongly encourage schools and trusts to engage openly and constructively with parents and carers, particularly where there are significant concerns being raised. Academy trusts are directly accountable to the Secretary of State for Education rather than to Cornwall Council. They operate within a national regulatory framework set by government, and that's detailed in a handbook called the Academy Trust Handbook. Following this handbook, Athena Learning Trust has local governing bodies for each academy, including parent representatives. Those arrangements should provide opportunities for parental voice and local engagement. I mentioned the reforms earlier that the government is bringing forward, and these are intended to strengthen accountability and local engagement in multi-academy trusts. And they include a national standards framework for academy trusts, as well as the statement within those reforms that the trust should be locally rooted. We cannot direct academy trusts, but we will continue pressing for strong local engagement and meaningful parental voice. I touch again on the motion that we're debating this afternoon, but part of that is to set up an advisory group, and that will give us as councillors an opportunity to hear directly from families and get a better understanding of children's lived experience within Cornwall's education system.
Thank you. And Mrs. Shanks, do you have a supplementary question?
Yeah, I mean, this is all very complicated for parents and carers to navigate. How will the council make it quicker, given the fact that education is time sensitive? My two older children are at university. I've been dealing with these issues for some years now. How will the council ensure that these systems are streamlined so that we don't have to wait months, sometimes years, to see any change?
Thank you. Councillor Frank, are you able to answer that?
So I go back to the advisory group. Setting that up won't change things overnight, but it is a step in the right direction, and we want to assure you that we are listening and that we want to work with academy trusts, looking at the reforms that are coming down the line. There is a lot of change about in the way that academies are governed. So I hear concerns, and I give you my guarantee that I will personally commit to making sure that families are heard as part of that advisory group, and we can collaborate across the system for families and children in Cornwall.
Thank you.
If parents...
Sorry, Mrs. Shanks, you can't come back again. If you'd like to, if you could just turn off your camera, please. Question number 6. This question is from Mr. Baker of Truro, who is in attendance. Welcome, Mr. Baker. Please, could you put your question?
Thank you, Chair. Even though the leadership at Athena Learning Trust has changed, I should alter that to say has been announced to be changed, will the Council support reasonable legal efforts to hold their trustees to their legal, regulatory, and moral obligations towards our children?
Thank you. Councillor Frank, it's you again.
Yes, is the short answer, but a longer answer for you, Mr. Baker, because your question absolutely deserves a longer answer. Where concerns are raised appropriately and lawfully about the welfare or educational experience of children in Cornwall, the Council will always seek to advocate for children's best interests. As you're aware, we have no direct control over Athena Learning Trust. Trusts are answerable to the Department for Education, who have a regions group that's based in Bristol. Council officers meet regularly with the region group's Cornwall team to discuss the issues that are impacting children and young people in Cornwall. And in those discussions, we continue to raise concerns, seek assurance, and advocate strongly for high standards of care, inclusion, and support. I recognise the importance of children and families being heard. The purpose of the advisory group that we're hopefully going to set up after this afternoon's motion is to create space for constructive dialogue and careful evidence gathering, including hearing directly from families, as well as from school leaders and trustees. Where concerns are raised appropriately, we will continue to raise them robustly through the channels that are available to us. Children and young people in Cornwall deserve the high standards of care, inclusion, and support, and we will continue advocating strongly for those standards to be met.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Baker, do you have a supplementary question?
I do. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your response. Would you be supportive of efforts to have the public gatherings, such as Councillor Ball sponsored a few months ago? The reason I ask that is because there was a massive community engagement. Whether or not it was minuted, I just simply don't know. But part of the advisory group, I know that it's yet to be set up, but that might be a very useful valve to not just include and hear parents, but to also to push those findings towards Athena. And I know that I know that the council does not have direct authority over them, but to really try their best to hold their feet to the fire and provide robust and substantive answers to our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Frank.
Absolutely, Mr. Baker. I think we're still going to work with Councillor Ball about, if the motion is passed, about setting up that advisory group. But that's exactly the kind of space that I would like to see the advisory group working in, drawing in the public in the same forum as school leaders, as trustees, as leaders in the community, and as us as councillors, so that we can not only hear, but then we can all work out an action plan together going forward.
Thank you. Question number 7. This is from Mrs. Balston of Launceston, who is in attendance. She's not. No, she's not. Vice Chair, would you read out question number 7, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Parents have been voicing their concerns regarding Athena's strict behaviour policy and the fact that MATs seem to be untouchable for years. But because everything they do looks good on paper, no one listens until now. What are you going to do now to ensure the change will happen as soon as possible?
Thank you. So I absolutely recognise that some families are feeling frustrated, worried, and unheard. And when a child is unhappy or struggling in school, that can place emotional strain on the whole family. But I want to assure you that your concerns are being listened to, and I thank you, Mrs. Bulston, and along with Mr. Baker and all the other people who've raised questions today. Your attending here today has given us a public opportunity and a forum to be able to try and reassure families that we are listening to their concerns. Making sure we are listening is one of the reasons why today's motion does really matter. We'll be creating that space that we mentioned earlier, Mr. Baker, about where experiences can be properly heard and examined. And at the same time, there are formal routes for complaints and escalation, both through the trust themselves and through the Department for Education. There are local governing bodies attached to the schools within the trust, and those should provide opportunities for local voice and engagement. Ultimately, I really think everybody wants the same thing. We want schools where children feel safe, included, supported and able to thrive. And children and families do need to know that their voices matter and that when concerns are raised, they will be listened to carefully and respectfully. So today's debate will not solve every issue overnight, but I hope it marks an important step towards greater understanding, constructive dialogue and better support for the children and young people across Cornwall.
Thank you. Thank you. Question number 8. This question is from Mr. Desmond of Camborne, who is in attendance. Welcome, Mr. Desmond. Please, would you put your question?
Thank you, Chair. My question concerns Treveth Holdings. The April 2024 Council meeting agreed a £10 million grant on top of an existing £6 million grant to Treveth for the financial year 2025-2026 for the Fydar Street development, plus loan guarantees for a claimed shovel-ready project. What, item by item, has this £60 million gift been spent on, and what do we Cornwall residents have for it other than a bomb site?
Thank you, Mr. Desmond, for your question. As you all know, because you were sat in these seats at the time, back in February 2024, when 10 million of council funding was approved in the capital programme budget report. But then you'll also know that this was reduced to 3.5 million in the February 2025 budget report. In addition to that 3.5 million, an additional 0.953 million of grant has been passported to Treveth to support the development of the Pydar scheme. So far, of that 4.453 million, Treveth have spent 1.676 million against that budget on the site so far. The 6 million you talk about was money that was given, the extra 6 million was given to clear the site. That wasn't 6 million, that was a brownfield land release fund from government, of which 2.45 million was used for demolition work on this site. So also, just on your loan guarantees, there's not been any formal request for Cornwall Council to enter any loan guarantees, and no guarantees were given to the company. So there are quite a few figures that don't quite match the 16 million, as hopefully I've explained to you. So in short, we haven't paid 16 million to Treveth, only circa 4.5 million, of which 1.67 million has been spent by the company. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Desmond, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, please, Chair. Treveth are technically insolvent. However, management and their professional advisors have immunity from financial failure through a Cornwall Council letter of protection, the famous secretive comfort letter that was provided under the...
Can I urge you to ask a question rather than read out a statement, please, Mr. Desmond?
Painter. Was any of the money gifted to Treveth, as I asked, provided in any bonus payments, adding to that 183,000 paid to senior personnel in 2024?
Thank you. Councillor Painter.
The money given was purely allocated to the Pydar development, and we hope that both receipt of the revised and the online consents and reserved matters consents early next year will allow the development to be externally funded and allow construction to begin.
Thank you. Question number 9. This question is from Mr. Hewlett of Newquay, who is in attendance. Welcome, Mr. Hewlett. Please, could you put your question?
Thank you, Chairman. With the advent of satellite data, 102 climate change models, of which the Council's climate crisis were based, have been proven to have been exaggerated, the effect of CO2 on our climate. Is it not time to cancel the declared climate crisis and disband the pointless and ineffectual climate change portfolio? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Rich, can you answer that one, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and congratulations on your re-election as Chair as well. Thank you, Sir, for engaging with Cornwall Council on this important topic. It's essential that all the evidence behind all of our policies at Cornwall Council is scrutinised, and that includes things like net zero. Cornwall Council's policy on climate change is based on science, climate science, that's delivered from the findings of a range of governmental and scientific bodies, and also scientific experts that adhere to scientific standards. To ensure our policies are evidence-based and to avoid bias, the Council especially relies on sources that are transparent as well. And the findings also undergo peer review. We're aware that there will always, well, there are people that will have a different view as well. And it's a fact that scientific knowledge evolves and will continue to evolve. But our understanding is, at this moment in time, that, and this is based on thousands of independent studies, our position is that human activity is the primary driver of recent climate change. And this consensus is supported by peer-reviewed research and institutions such as the IPCC, that's the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and the UK Met Office. So our understanding of this science is that recent research and observations have strengthened confidence in climate science, particularly regarding the human causes. And that also goes right into our Cornwall Climate Risk Assessment as well, which you can see on the website, which drills down into every single aspect of the risk. And we're seeing climate change happening around us. It affects our communities, homes and economy. And at the same time, just events around the world as well aren't really helping. We've got energy insecurity, food insecurity, which I think is going to get worse as time goes by. And it's all basically connected. But even, I mean, whatever your view is, what we're doing in Cornwall with regards to our action on climate change, we're investing. There's an economic benefit. We're getting £17 million income from the steps that we're taking to address the challenges of climate change. So regardless of your position, we're doing things that we'd probably want to be doing anyway. So for example, our solar canopy outside this building is saving us huge amounts on our energy bills. We're looking at investing in things like biomethane. We're looking at hopefully putting an anaerobic digester inside Cornwall. So these are all really good things that you would really want to be doing anyway. So these are solutions that they'll help our economy, they'll protect our residents, but they'll also tackle climate change.
Thank you. Mr. Hewlett, do you have a supplementary question?
Oh, yes, please, Chairman. Yeah, you mentioned the IPC. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has finally admitted its RCP, which is Representative Concentration Pathway 8.5 climate scenarios, are implausible. All the scare stories and climate crises of the past 15 years are now based on junk science.
Can we get to a question, please?
Even Bill Gates agrees. Well, I had a very lengthy answer kindly from the councillor. I do need to put
Well, our 30 minutes for questions is up, so we can stop you right now, or you can just ask a quick question, please.
As council taxpayers have suffered maximum increases ever since the introduction of the crisis, would the portfolio order for climate agree to develop a cost-benefit analysis to be presented to this chamber within 6 months, highlighting the economic advantages of continuing the climate crisis policy?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Rich.
I'll publish the rest.
Yeah, look, definitely the work we're doing on nature recovery, climate change, everything like that, I fully support. I think actually it's going to be really good for our community in Cornwall. We're recovering nature. We're the only council in the entire country that's voluntarily produced a marine nature recovery framework. So that's going to help our fishermen. Absolutely, what we're doing is for the benefit of our economy. It's for the benefit of residents. It's for the benefit of the environment. And we care about the future, and that's why we're doing it. And like I said, I appreciate people have a different view, but our view is that climate change is real, we cause it, and we need to do something about it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Agenda item number 9, to note the result of the by-election of the Newquay, Porth and Tretheris electoral division. I can confirm that Lyndon Harrison, the Reform UK candidate, the duly elected councillor for the Newquay, Porth and Tretheris electoral division. Congratulations, Councillor Harrison. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, the last time I was in this chamber, you were paying heartfelt tribute to our dear friend Kevin Towell, who was taken from us far too soon. I was sitting at the back next to Kevin's mother, Diana, and it was an incredibly moving moment. Around the same time, some of Kevin's and my mutual friends suggested that given our very similar political views, I should consider standing for his seat. Since then, we have run a strong campaign and won the by-election for Porth, Tretheris and Nansledden. I'm extremely proud of the result and will do my utmost to represent the people of the ward with humility and respect. The democratic process played out as it should, and the people had their say. However, one of the candidates refused to shake my hand and inform me...
Sorry, can we not play politics at this stage? You're very welcome to this chamber, and I'm really pleased to see you here, and it would be nice to just... You were doing really well up to there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. However, I believe an apology wouldn't go amiss. She is a member of Newquay Town Council.
Well, she's not a member of this council, so it's nothing to do with us.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So far, every interaction I've had with both councillors and officers since my election has been excellent and positive. I look forward to working with all of you without exception. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Agenda item number 10 now, election of leader. We come to the election of leader. As previously, please be aware that prior to the vote, each candidate for leader will be asked to make a brief speech on the reasons why they wish to be nominated and their vision for the role. In the event there is only one candidate, they will still be expected to make a speech. In accordance with paragraph 16(6) of Council Procedure Rules, if there are more than 2 people nominated for any position to be filled, as not a clear majority of votes, then the name of the person with the least number of votes will be taken off the list and a new vote taken. The process will continue until there is a clear majority of votes for one person. Accordingly, I will seek nominations. Please now, may I now have nominations for leader? Councillor De Broglie.
I nominate Lee Frost.
Councillor Frost, is there a seconder? Councillor Gow.
Yep, I'd like to second the proposal.
Lee Frost. Any other nominations? Councillor Frost, I'll ask you, there's only one nomination. I'll ask you to make a statement, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. A year ago, we're saying a year ago today quite a lot, and it'll continue later as well, you entrusted me with the privilege of leading this council, and I'm grateful for that trust. And I'm proud of what we have achieved together since. This year hasn't been easy. Our residents are still feeling the pressure of rising costs, and Cornwall continues to face the challenge of an unfair funding settlement. That reality has shaped the decisions we have had to make, but despite those challenges, we have not stood still. Over the past 12 months, we have focused on delivering for our residents while beginning the harder work of putting this authority on a more sustainable footing. We've made tangible progress supporting communities, improving services, and staying focused on what people have told us is most important, particularly on child poverty. And alongside that, we have started to lay the foundations for the future. rethinking how we use our resources, how we prioritise our spending, and how we make every decision deliver real outcomes for Cornwall. This foundation will give us that platform to go further. Looking ahead, the next year is about turning those foundations into the start of delivery. And some of those things include improving the quality of decency in our council homes so more people live in a safe, warm and suitable home. Taking action to bring more empty properties back into use, making better use of what we already have. Moving forward with a clear commercial strategy, making sure we are doing the right things as a council and giving our companies a consistent and confident direction for the future. We will strengthen partnership working through an emerging valuing local approach, working more closely with communities, businesses and the voluntary sector to deliver together. And we will begin the hard but necessary work of shaping the next local plan, setting out a long-term vision for homes, jobs, infrastructure and the environment. Colleagues, this is more than just managing pressure. It is about shaping Cornwall's future. Over the past year, we have shown together we can deliver. Now we must build on that with clarity, with discipline and with ambition. I am ready to continue that work and I ask for your support.
Thank you. There being only one nomination, that of Councillor Frost, please could you vote for, against?
Point of order.
Sorry, point of order.
Do the people who propose and second get a speech?
Go on if you must. Councillor Le Breuil.
Thank you. I've prepared a wonderful speech in support of our glorious leader. It won't take long, I promise. Dithdar Kader Ha Golaneth. Good day, Chair and colleagues. It's a privilege to nominate Lee Frost as leader of Cornwall Council. This has been a challenging year for Cornwall, but in that time Lee has done what good leaders do. He's kept his focus where it belongs, on delivering for Cornwall and putting Cornwall first. He understands something fundamental. Leadership here is not just about policy, it's about place. Cornwall is not just another authority, it's a distinct nation with its own identity, voice and ambition. Through the Fifth Nation agenda, Lee has helped give that voice real weight, championing Cornwall with integrity but not isolation. We have also seen that commitment turn into real achievement. This year, Canuic secured Part 3 status under the European Charter, placing it alongside some of the best protected languages in Europe. This is not just symbolic, it's an investment in Cornwall's future, in culture, in our identity and in generations yet to come. But Lee has been clear about one thing above all. This cannot just be about words, it has to be about results. And that's exactly what he's pushed for, leadership that delivers a visible difference. Colleagues describe him as refreshingly plain speaking, straight talking and dynamic. In difficult times, clarity and honesty really matter. And here's the truth, Lee doesn't lead for recognition, he leads for Cornwall. He has the courage to stand firm, the strength to take important decisions, and just importantly, the willingness to listen. That balance is what I believe real leadership looks like. On a personal note, I found him approachable, pragmatic and focused on solutions. Lee will pick up the phone, he'll have the conversation and he'll get things done, effectively and without fuss. Above all, he's committed to one clear goal, a Cornwall that is stronger, better served and fit for the future. At a time when stability, direction and purpose matter more than ever, we need strong leadership, clear purpose and someone who'll put Cornwall first. I'm very pleased that I've nominated Lee Frost as leader of Cornwall Council. Muras. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to Councillor Gow, can I just ask members to mute their laptops? We can hear a couple of background noises here and there. Councillor Gow.
Muras Kadaria. I've also prepared a speech. I think most of what I want to say has already been covered, but I'll just keep it brief for this one. It's a pleasure to second this nomination. Lee has already led us through 1 year of the council, been plain speaking, outspoken and just positive with everything we do. We have a lot of challenges, of course we do, every council does, but Lee has really just shown all of us here in this chamber and across Cornwall, when these challenges approach, he doesn't hide away, he doesn't back off, goes straight in, head first, approaches everything with the kind of grit that you want to see from a leader. On a personal note, I found him approachable. I'm a new councillor, like many of us here, only been in the role for a year now, but to be able to just speak to Lee, if I have a question about anything and just say, what's going on here? Do I need a bit of help? Can I have a bit of help? Lee's there, he picks up the phone, responds to your emails, And it's just what you want to see from a leader of this council, to just have that approach and that friendliness and just be able to just say, okay, what's going on? Thank you very much. He's there, he's on it, he knows what he's doing, he's got the course straight forward. We're going ahead with Cornwall, and we've already seen a lot of good, sorry, apologies for language, a lot of good work here. We've got 133 more council homes delivered compared to last year. Our recycling service has gone from 31% to 52% with the introduction of Tetra Paks and soft plastics in the past year. And we've also seen positive work on devolution for Cornwall with negotiations with the Minister and with the government, and we're pushing forward on that. So Lee has my absolute support for this, and I'd encourage everybody to support him as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so there being only one nomination, that of Councillor Frost, please could you vote for, against or abstain in relation to Councillor Frost's appointment using the buttons on your microphone base. Ooh, good.
Couple more seconds, members. Vote closed.
Thank you. I declare Councillor Frost the duly elected leader of the council. And that takes us on to agenda item 11, leaders' announcements, leaders' announcements. Leader.
Well, I was hoping I'd get away with not doing this, but here we are. So I would like to begin with some positive news on Cornwall's transport network. Last week, I was pleased to cut the ribbon and formally open Forth Langgarth, the new northern access road, which provides a new route from the A390 at West Langgarth straight through to Royal Cornwall Hospital. This is an important milestone in the Langgarth development. It delivers on the commitment to put key infrastructure in place before first homes are built at Langgarth Garden Village, which is being led by Treveth in partnership with Cornwall Council. From the start, the vision has been to build a community at Langgarth, not just a housing estate. We already have the Langgarth Sports Hub, now being used by Truro City Football Club, and the community centre will follow alongside early housing delivery. Forth Langgarth is another vital step in creating that community. It provides better access to the hospital and to the Trelisk Industrial Estate. It also provides new links to the A390, as well as safer routes for pedestrians, cyclists and public transport. It also sits alongside the progress being made through the Mid-Cornwall Metro, which will transform rail services between Newquay, St Austell, Truro and Falmouth. Together, these schemes show what we mean when we talk about building a better connected Cornwall, with better access to jobs, better links between our towns, better public transport choices, and better infrastructure to support our future growth. Moving on to a matter that many of us feel strongly about, as members in the Chamber will know, we continue to support the campaign for a Cornish tick box in the next census. It may seem like a small thing, but it is important. People should be given the opportunity to describe their identity clearly and without a fuss. A tick box would do that. Not only is it another way to recognise Cornwall's uniqueness, but more accurate information would help government understand Cornwall and the people who live here, and the Cornish people that don't live in Cornwall. A simple change, but it is one that is well overdue. I've also written to the newly elected leaderships in Scotland and Wales to reaffirm Cornwall's wish to work closely with our Celtic partners. The letters recognise our shared history, language, culture and common interests between Cornwall and the other Celtic nations. By building on these relationships, we can continue to learn from each other, work together where we can, and make sure places like Cornwall are properly understood when decisions are made nationally. I also want to mark Foster Care Fortnight, as Cornwall foster carers provide safety, stability and love for children and young people who need it most. It is impossible to overstate the difference they make. They open their homes and their hearts, often at short notice, and provide care at moments when children may be facing uncertainty, trauma and upheaval. On behalf of this council, I would like to say thank you to every foster carer in Cornwall. Your work changes lives, but we also need more people. But we also need more people to come forward. There are children in Cornwall in urgent need of foster families, and I would ask anyone who has ever considered fostering to get in touch with the council to find out more. You do not need to have experience, and you do not need to have all the answers. What matters most is that you can offer a safe, caring and stable home for a child or young person when they most need one. You find out more information by searching for fostering on Cornwall Council's website, so take that first step, reach out, help us and make a change. Finally, I have to do this bit, so it's going to be dry reading, but I'm going to read it. I would like to confirm that the Cabinet and allocation of the portfolio will be as follows. Councillor Adam Painter, Deputy Leader and Cabinet Member for Resources. Jim McKenna, Cabinet Member for Adult Social Care and Health Partnerships. Hilary Frank, Cabinet Member for Children, Families and Schools. Sarah Priest, Cabinet Member for Tourism, Localism and Planning. Talia Marrington, Cabinet Member for Community Safety and Public Health. Loic Rich, Cabinet Member for Environment and Climate Change. Councillor Tim Dwelly, Cabinet Member for Economic Regeneration and Investment. Councillor LeBroy, Cabinet Member for Housing, and Councillor Dan Rogerson, Cabinet Member for Transport. The Cabinet looks forward to working diligently, addressing the challenges ahead and delivering real outcomes for the people of Cornwall. Miraz.
Agenda item number 12, appointment of committees. I'll now ask Councillor O'Connor to move and Councillor Frost to second the recommendations set out on page 47 of the agenda. Councillor O'Connor.
Happy to move, Chair.
And Councillor Frost.
Happy to second.
Please raise your hands if you have a question on this. No? In that case, we go straight to the vote. Oh, no, I have to go back to the proposer who has the right to reply, but there's nothing much to reply to, is there, Councillor O'Connor? No, good. Go straight to the vote. Now, the vote will now be open. Please vote for, against, or abstain.
Couple more seconds, members.
I don't know. This isn't working. Oh, yes.
Vote closed.
Thank you. That's passed. Now agenda item number 13, allocations of seats. I'll ask Councillor Ashton to move and Councillor Painter to second the recommendation set out on page 53 of the agenda. The appendix has been tabled today. Councillor Ashton.
I'd like to move, Chair.
Thank you. And Councillor Painter.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Raise your hand if you wish to ask a question on this. No? And there's nothing. Want to come back? No, thank you. We'll go straight to the vote then. Use the microphone, the usual method.
Couple more seconds, members. Vote closed.
Sorry, we're just having a slight problem with the Vice Chair's microphone stopped. In the meantime, we'll move on to agenda item number 14, State of Cornwall in the national context. Leader.
Speech number 3. So, a year ago, I stood in this chamber as the newly elected leader of Cornwall Council. And at that point, I think it's fair to say that although the task ahead was clear, the scale of the challenges facing Cornwall were less so. From government settlements to Cornwall's ongoing devolution journey, there were many issues yet to be resolved, so much uncertainty. And while it's true to say that many of those challenges remain, 12 months on, I know and understand far more than I did before. I know more about the strength of this council and its extraordinary ability to get things done in the face of enormous financial challenges. I know more about the pressures our services face as they strive to do more with less. And I know more about just how strongly residents want and need this council to deliver on things that matter to them. Housing, schools, how we care for the elderly, Cornwall's place in the United Kingdom. Better jobs, better roads, better transport links. They were our touchstones, our key issues. Not politics for its own sake, not gimmicks or glib sound bites to grab headlines, but delivering on the things that matter to our residents. And one of the clearest tests of any council is whether it stands with children and families when they need support. And that's why, from September the 1st, we are introducing automatic enrolment for free school meals so that children who are entitled to that support do not miss out on a decent meal because a form wasn't filled in or a box wasn't ticked. Because a child should not be at a disadvantage in the classroom because they are hungry. This simple change will support families with the cost of living and bring more money into Cornwall through the pupil premium. We have helped secure and commission the £30 million Kernow Industrial Growth Fund, which will unlock investment in Cornwall and back some of our critical sectors, from clean energy and critical minerals to manufacturing and the green economy. This is exactly the kind of investment Cornwall needs. Investment that recognises our strength and our assets. Investment that supports good jobs now and into the future and places Cornwall as a key part of the UK economy. We have also made significant progress on Cornwall's devolution journey. Government now recognises Cornwall's uniqueness, paving the way for us to become a single foundation strategic authority. This is a huge achievement to successfully make our case that we should not simply be absorbed into a wider regional structure that ignores our identity. That Cornwall has its own needs, its own language, its own culture, its own geography, and therefore its own future to shape. We also saw a historic step forward with Canuic, the Cornish language, being recognised with Part 3 status under the European Charter for Regional or Minority Languages. This milestone belongs to so many people across so many years who has worked tirelessly to protect and promote Cornwall's language and culture. Because the two are inextricably bound. Language is culture. It is both part of our past and our future. And it is work this council is proud to support. And I use the word support again, because in truth that's our role, to provide the tools and the backing that allow our residents to shape lives they want to live. That's why we strengthened our support for unpaid carers through the development of a new carer strategy that recognise the enormous contribution that they make every day to families, communities and the wider health and care system. And it's also why we've joined the UK network of age-friendly communities so that older residents can shape the places they live and so that we as a council are better prepared to respond to the realities of an ageing population. We have also made good on our commitment to increase transparency and accountability, taking real steps to make the decision-making process more open and more visible through our individual decision days. It might sound dry, and it does sound procedural, but it matters because our residents have the right to see how decisions are made. They have a right to understand who is making them. Of course, delivery is not only about decisions we take, it's about the way we take them and whether people can trust that we're all on the same side. That same test applies in moments of real pressure. When Storm Goretti hit Cornwall, we saw what public service means in practice. It was one of the most severe storms Cornwall has ever faced, bringing major disruption to power, water, transport, roads, and access to vital services. For many residents, it was frightening, exhausting, and deeply difficult, and we should acknowledge that clearly. But we should also recognise the incredible response across Cornwall. Council staff, emergency service partners, towns and parish councils, voluntary groups, utility companies, local businesses and residents all work together to keep people safe, clear key routes, support vulnerable people and help communities through the worst of it. No response to an event of that scale was perfect. There are always lessons to learn and we will learn them. But Cornwall's response showed the strength of our communities and the commitment of the people who serve them. And it also reminds us that trust is a fragile thing. People judge us by not what we say, but by what we do and what we experience when they need us. And that is why we have to be honest about where we have not got everything right. There have been times when we should have listened more carefully or recognised sooner when decisions were causing concern. When that happens, the answer is not to dig in, the answer is to listen, to learn, to be honest and to do better. And that is why I said that at Cabinet, and I stand by it. Cornwall does not need a council that thinks it has all the answers. It needs a council that listens and is serious about finding them. That matters more now than ever because the political landscape around us is changing. People are asking whether politicians understand their lives, whether public services can still be relied upon, whether local government has the power it needs. We cannot answer those questions with slogans. We answer them by doing the hard work that is needed to improve the lives of our residents. That same principle guides Cornwall's wider devolution journey. Devolution is not some intangible thing. It's not a vanity project. It's about power, responsibility, and decisions made closer to the people affected by them. We maintain those decisions about Cornwall should be shaped here by us with our communities. That is why our relationships with the Celtic nations is so important. Following the recent elections, I've written to both John Swinney in Scotland and Rhyn ap Iorwerth in Wales to reaffirm Cornwall's wish to work closely with our Celtic partners. Those letters are about a serious effort to build relationships with nations that understand identity, language, culture, place, and self-determination. Scotland, Wales, and Cornwall share much more than history. We share cultural, economic, linguistic, and environmental interests. We share a belief that our future should be shaped by our own people in our own places, not in the corridors of Westminster. With Scotland, we have already had valuable discussions through the Celtic Forum, and with Wales, there is an opportunity to re-energise the Celtic Heritage Agreement signed in 2023 and make sure it delivers practical benefit to the people of Wales and Cornwall. Cornwall's voice is stronger when it's not isolated, and devolution only matters if it helps deliver us better housing, better transport, better jobs, better services, and stronger communities. The next year will not be easy. If the last 2 weeks in Westminster are anything to go by, government is far from certain. Financial pressures remain severe, demand for adult social care and children's services continue to rise. The housing crisis remains one of the defining challenges of our generation. Roads, transport and infrastructure still need investment. We should not pretend otherwise. But Cornwall has communities that look after each other, businesses and innovators with an ambition, public servants who work incredibly hard, and a history, culture and identity unlike anywhere else. That gives us a responsibility to be serious, to be honest, to work across political lines where we can, to admit where we fall short, and to keep going. It also gives us hope that a brighter future is possible. The people of Cornwall do not need grand promises. They need competence, fairness, and a council that is united and prepared to fight their corner. And that is what this administration will continue to do. But we will listen, we will learn, we will speak up for Cornwall, and we will keep working with you all to build a Cornwall where people can afford to live, where children can thrive, where communities have pride and resilience, and where our future is shaped not for us, but by us, one and all. Miraz.
Thank you, Leader. I'll move on to agenda item number 15, the programme of ordinary meetings. I will move, my Vice Chair to second, the schedule of ordinary meetings at the Council as set out on the agenda front sheet. Second that?
Happy to second that, Chairman.
Thank you. Does anyone have anything to say on that? No, then the vote will be opened. Please vote for, against or abstain using the options.
Couple more seconds, members. Vote closed.
Thank you, that's passed. Agenda item number 16.1, over your scrutiny annual report for 2025-26. I'll ask Councillor Hewitt to move and Councillor German to second the recommendation on page 59 before providing each one with an opportunity to comment on the work of their committee. Councillor Hewitt.
Thank you, Chair. Happy to move.
And Councillor German.
Thank you, Chair. Happy to second.
Thank you. And I will go through the committee chairman to last year. Councillor Tarrant to begin.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations on your re-election. Firstly, let me say what a privilege it is to present the Chairman's report for the Budget Development Overview and Scrutiny Committee, marking as it does its inaugural year under the new Council. My approach throughout this year has been guided by the comprehensive training received from the Centre for Governance and Scrutiny, which has proved invaluable for filling the committee's remit. The committee's work has been greatly enhanced by the expertise and active participation of its members, whose dedication has enabled thorough scrutiny of the Council's budget, financial strategy and medium-term financial plan. I extend my sincere thanks to all the committee members for their commitment and insightful contribution. I'm pleased to report that a number of our recommendations have been adopted by the Cabinet, resulting in tangible influence on the Council's priorities plans, financial strategy and medium-term financial plan. Nevertheless, the recent government announcement regarding the removal of the remoteness factor has significantly complicated the budgeting process. Throughout our deliberations, the committee has consistently raised concerns regarding the Council's risk appetite and the underlying assumptions, particularly those related to pay inflation and potential increases in interest rates. Also, the loan-to-value rate of the arm's-length companies, particularly Treverth, which has a 98% loan-to-value. I would like to express my gratitude to the committee from the committee for the Deputy Leader, Adam Painter, Portfolio Holder for Resources, for his attendance and for addressing the committee's detailed and probing questions. Thank you. My thanks also go to the officers for their diligent work and for their efforts in contributing to the smooth running of the committee. In conclusion, I am proud of the committee's achievements during this challenging year, and I'm confident that the collective efforts under a new chair will continue to strengthen the Council's financial governance and oversight in the years ahead. Maras, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor German.
Thank you, Chair. Our committee, as referenced in the reports, I urge you to read the reports if you haven't yet done so, has been on a learning curve with many new members. Obviously, a common theme across those committees. At Corporate Finance and Performance, we've been committed to ongoing development and look forward to having more opportunities to develop and improve over the coming year. And if you look at my report, I've been clear that I feel that we do need to improve, particularly our scrutiny role in relation to performance management. So we look forward to the Cabinet's new corporate basket of indicators and seeing how we do performance management differently in the coming year. However, I do believe that we have done some valuable work both for the Council and for our residents, particularly relating to pre-decision scrutiny on asset management, public access to the Council, and our equality, diversity and inclusion strategy. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank colleagues on the committee, supporting and presenting officers, and as is the way, because we don't find out about these things unless we read reports and they happen to be mentioned in them. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Lynn Davey for her fantastic service to Cornwall and predecessor authorities in her role, and I understand that she is now retired, so we don't often get the opportunity to thank officers in the Council. We would wish to thank them all, but we'll take the opportunity to thank Lynn. And I commend the report to Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor German. Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Chairman, and congratulations on your re-election too. So it has been a really busy year on our committee, Community Wellbeing Overview and Scrutiny. We are the designated scrutiny committee for the fire service, and we have a wide-ranging investigation and challenge to a number of services provided. As I said, fire and rescue, safer Cornwall, resources and waste, public spaces, and the Cornwall cultural strategy, to name just a few. It has been a learning curve on our committee too, as Councillor German said, many new members, and I've been really impressed as to how they've taken up the cudgel and challenged officers, looked at the reports, looked at our statutory duties, and I think have fully met them in the questions and work programme that we've done over the last year. and we're looking forward to an extremely busy one, yet again doing a number of statutory reviews and updates. And I too would also like to very much thank all the committee members, my vice chairman for ably assisting me, but most importantly, who I think has made the biggest contribution, because it would all fall down without our democratic support, and that's Emma Richards and all of the chief officers who come, present their reports and answers the questions that we've asked. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Chopak.
Thank you. I'm probably going to repeat some of what's just been said, actually. Obviously, Health and Adult Social Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee is a really busy and challenging committee. And I firstly wanted to thank the new members that have hit the ground running. I'm looking at Councillor Blackman over there. And I'm going to mention the word acronyms because we all had to suddenly learn a whole load of new acronyms on this committee. So, again, it's a thanks for that. I'm going to also reconfirm the thanks to the Democratic Services. Emma Richards has been an absolute star, and she's been very helpful throughout this process. But not discounting people like Ali Bowman at the back there, who sits very quietly and provides a lot of common sense throughout the process that we have to deal with. And some of the conversations and the topics we have to deal with within our committee are quite difficult, and it would be quite dreadful without guidance from people like Ali. I'd also like to thank Councillor Creek as Vice Chair, who also provides a voice of common sense when I go rambling, as you can tell I'm doing now. And as I say, we need to be learning. So just to sort of touch a little bit on what we've been doing, we've been talking about urgent and emergency care. Only last week we were invited to go to Trelisk and spend 3 hours in the emergency department, which was an education in itself, with 18 ambulances sat outside and over 80 people in waiting for treatment. And this is what we need to be doing. We need to be understanding the issues that are facing our residents on a day-to-day basis. And that's what we're hoping to do more so in the committee going forward. We've also been looking at community hospitals, mental health, which again we've touched on a bit this morning around mental health, not only in adults but in children. Dentistry and public health. Councillor Moore very kindly put a motion through, which obviously we all had cross-party support for that last time. But it's more than just access to dentistries. We obviously only just heard that an orthodontic clinic in Truro is closed with immediate effect, so suddenly we have patients that have no orthodontistry treatment. Adult social care and prevention. Well, I could talk about that all morning, but we haven't got that. So just, these are the items we need to touch on. From a point of view of priorities, I think we've got to be looking at the onward scrutiny of the NHS organisation. Mergers and clusters. I'm still looking at Councillor Blackman again, because obviously ICBs and all those things that are going to be changing for us from an NHS point of view.
30 seconds.
Access to GPs, diagnostics and vaccination services, workforce pressures and support for carers, for instance, and then neighbourhood working and person-centred care. As you can tell, this is a huge committee, and I wanted to thank committee members again for their input and their enthusiasm. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gow now standing in for Councillor Donathorne.
Maraskadoria. The Sustainable Growth and Place Overview and Scrutiny Committee demonstrates this council at its best, where members from all parties and none have come together to work collaboratively and pragmatically to scrutinise decisions of this council, which have a far-reaching impact on the lives of our residents and our rural and coastal communities. Our work programme has been extensive, covering an overview and review of the council farm strategy, an analysis of and resetting of Cornwall's climate and nature recovery ambitions, a review of the 20-mile-an-hour rollout scheme, and an in-depth investigation into the road safety strategy review and the off-street parking order, perhaps the most controversial one there of all. I can see Councillor Rogerson nodding. I'd like to take this opportunity, and this is on behalf of Councillor Donathorne, to thank a number of colleagues. First, and sorry Rory for making you read this, all is forgiven Councillor Donathorne, Connor, wherever you are. Councillor Rory Gow has been an excellent colleague and Vice Chairman of the committee. He's played a full role on the committee and not afraid to work cross-party to ensure effective and meaningful scrutiny. I'd like to thank all members who currently serve on the committee for their work, insight and camaraderie over these last 12 months. It's no mean feat to keep a meeting on track and orderly when Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Tarrant and Councillor Channon are all in the same room together. But we've managed it well, and every member has made an effective and long-lasting contribution to the committee's work this past year. I'd also like to take this opportunity to once again pay respects to Councillor Towell, who is a hard-working and diligent member of this committee. Our committee and this chamber misses him and his strong work ethic. And I'd just like to take a moment of silence for Councillor Towell, please. Our committee has demonstrated how Cabinet scrutiny can work effectively together. I'd like to thank each Cabinet member for their regular attendance and the genuine approach they've shown all of our work as a critical friend. Councillor Rogerson deserves a special mention here. The transport portfolio is one of the most public-facing Cabinet roles in this Council, and whilst the committee has been robust in its challenge of several transport policies, Dan's approach has been exemplary, and we thank him for that. I'd also like to thank the officers who work hard to prepare reports and brief our committee, including, but not limited to, Phil, Rebecca, Gloria, Nathan, Adam and Vicky. But our largest thanks and praise goes to an incredible person who has just left Cornwall Council and has been mentioned previously. Lynn Davey has served Cornwall Council and our committee with distinction for many years. Lynn has, for many years, helped keep our busy work programme and wider work on track, with all the necessary logistical challenges which come with that, without glitch. She really has been one of the kindest, most diligent and effective officers I've had the pleasure to work with in this council since Councillor Donathon's election in 2021 and indeed from myself in 2025. Lynn, thank you for your hard work and friendship over the last few years.
Time.
Thank you, Councillor Gow. Councillor Hewitt.
Thank you, Chair. It's a pleasure to present this year's report for the Together for Families Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Over the past year, the committee has worked with a clear, shared purpose, improving outcomes for children and families across the Duchy. We are focused on adding value by strengthening transparency, influencing decisions, and ensuring policy is shaped by evidence, partnership working, and the voices of children and young people. I'm particularly proud of the collaborative way members, Cabinet colleagues, officers and partners have worked together, from advancing the SEND strategy and strengthening corporate parenting to joint scrutiny of oral health, child poverty and educational attainment. We have placed children's rights at the heart of our work, embedding the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child throughout. We've also strengthened youth voices through the Right On survey and engagement with the Youth Council, ensuring young people help shape the services that affect them directly. A particular highlight for the committee was the Youth Council takeover of our scrutiny committee at the end of the last year. Looking ahead, SEND will remain a central priority with the development of the SEND reform plan and the government schools white paper. And while challenges remain, there is a real momentum. By working together with openness and ambition, I'm confident we can make a meaningful difference for Cornwall's children and families. I would really like to express my sincere thanks to my wonderful Vice Chair, Councillor Moore, thank you Rosie, and to all the members of the committee. As with other committees, we've had a steep learning curve, especially with the thousands of acronyms that we have in education and young people's spaces. I would also like to thank our Cabinet member, Councillor Frank, who diligently attends every single meeting, stays for the entire meeting and does help us enormously. So thank you, Councillor Frank. I'd like to thank officers and partners for their constructive engagement throughout the year. But in addition to extending our appreciation to all officers who support the needs of children and young people in Cornwall, I would like to offer a very special and heartfelt thank you to Kate Evan-Hughes, who's our Strategic Director for Together for Families, who will be retiring later this year and will be leaving Cornwall to return to the green grass of home. And Kate, you will be missed a lot. And it's been mentioned by others, but a big thank you to Lynn Davey as well, who was our Dem Services Officer on Together for Families, who's supported the committee for a long old time. She's not left Cornwall, she is in the green grass of home and she's staying here. And we're very grateful to the support that she's given us. So thank you, and thank you, Kate.
Thank you. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak or ask a question. then I can go back to Councillor Hewitt. You get the final say. If you've got anything more to say.
Nothing further to add. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. In that case, we'll go to the vote. Vote will now be opened. Yes, for, against, or abstain.
Couple more seconds, members. Vote closed.
Thank you. That's passed. So we go to Agenda 16.2, the Standards Committee Annual Report. I'll ask Councillor Jenkins to move and Councillor Pete Mitchell to second the recommendation set out on page 101 of the agenda. Councillor Jenkins.
Whereas, Kadaria, I'd like to commend this standards report to everyone in the room, and I hope you've all read it. The work of the Standards Committee is a very important part of the work of this council. We have two main functions: legal officers and complaints officers deal with many complaints within the internal processes, and then we monitor how well that's done so that we can prevent complaints going to the local government ombudsman. Dealing with them in-house is by far the best solution if we can do that. So that's one of our main roles. The other main role is to uphold the code of conduct for councillors across Cornwall, and the code of conduct is set based on the Nolan principles. It's set by the committee and accepted by full council, and in particular, this committee is something special because we have lay members, we have parish and town councillors, and we have parish clerks sitting on the committee and providing that advice along with legal advice to ensure that we have a robust and independent standards regime and processes which ensure that everyone is treated the same, and every individual is fairly treated by the standards regime. This is a non-party political committee which relies very much on lay members and independent persons who advise members and officers during complaints. We've had a recent round asking for new people to be putting themselves forward as independent persons, and we've had a very good response to that with very many good people applying. In terms of our main concerns at Standards Committee are the impact of social media use, which is encouraging a rise of complaints, although not necessarily more complaints being upheld. And also the way that some members of the public treat councillors with a lack of respect. Obviously, Code of Conduct is about councillors treating members and other members of the public with respect and ensuring that's the case. But we have no provision within the standards regime to ensure that councillors are treated with respect. So there are some challenges there which I think need to be addressed. The support of the independent persons is very, very important. And we also welcome the outcome of the recommendations for the Committee of Standards in Public Life, which will lead to a statutory code across Cornwall and revisions to our code of conduct and working processes, and the opportunity to allow our lay members to actually have a voting committee and have an independent chairperson to ensure that independence.
Thank you. Can we go on? Councillor Mitchell, do you wish to say anything?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think Loveday's covered most of the things I got down here, but certainly there has been an increase in things referred to standards, but the main thing is that less of them have been found to have had substance. So it's all right saying, there's been all these complaints against councillors, but more of them were perhaps frivolous or weren't upheld. Loveday mentioned the lay members, who I think we've got an excellent group of lay members who work very, very hard and give us a lot of good advice. That's about all I've got to say, really. I think it's been a really interesting year working with the standards and working with Loveday and Simon and people like that. And I've learned a lot, and I hope the next year we'll do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, please raise your hand if you wish to speak or ask a question. Councillor Tudor. Councillor Tudor.
Thank you. I've read the detailed report and everything. I was surprised not to see any mention of what happened in the sort of widely publicised, made national news actually case of what happened to me. No mention in there amongst the details about the punitive nature of the initial investigation process with the Code of Conduct. You know, especially when it had been unnecessarily prolonged, as it had in my case, and the fact that, you know, Cornish taxpayers ended up having to pay for the external advice that the council's governance officer deemed necessary, which turned out unnecessary. So my question is, you know, I suppose I was surprised not to see that in there in your detailed report. But I do have a question about the lay people. Can you tell me how, on the process where you are bringing the lay people onto the committee, what process they go to make sure that they are impartial? And do you ask them, for instance, what their biological sex is?
Thank you. Councillor Jenkins, are you able to answer those?
Thank you. Yeah, every individual is treated the same within the standards regime. It's not about looking at any sort of particular bias. It's about ensuring that we have an independent review. Lay people are appointed through a process, an interview process with members of the Standards Committee. There are robust processes in place. Those processes are reviewed on a regular basis and are due for review in this summer. So I'm very confident that the standards regime is one of the best in Britain, if not the best in Britain, and we have very robust processes and procedures to ensure that there is no bias within any decision making or investigation.
Thank you. Councillor Marrington.
Yeah, thanks for that. And it was really interesting reading the report, Loveday. I think the point I wanted to just talk about was to note the concerns you made about the social media landscape we've got now. And obviously the increase in the number of complaints we're getting. And whilst it's good that there are not as many being upheld, it's still a rejection and it's a note against councillors' names. And I think there's something about the Nolan standards, the principles of public life that we all upheld or uphold. And that when people don't have to, you know, honesty, accountability, integrity, selflessness, objectivity, openness, and leadership. And I think that honesty one, if you're getting to the point where as councillors, we're working in this world where public discourse facts become almost a meaningless part, I think we're in a really worrying place because, you know, it's not nice to have all these complaints put against you potentially because people disagree. But it is just something that I just think I really hope that going forward, and it's good to see that there's going to be more work done, can't remember the date, February or something in there, about this. But I think when we speak with honesty and we can't be heard or we can't be believed, we have a real problem. And I see that from an emergency management point of view, actually, if we're supposed to be leaders coming out when there is an emergency situation and be believed and trusted. If you've got problems with that, it's a really worrying concern. So I just wanted to raise that really because public discourse, we seem to become so intolerant of any difference of opinion that it's quite concerning. And I think I just wanted to say on the legal advice bit, I think the good bit with what happened with you, Dulcie, I think is that there's real clarity with that legal advice now. So that's a good thing because learning can come out of that when these things are perhaps in the balance.
Thank you. Well, Councillor Jenkins, you have the right to reply. There's nobody else, so you have the right to reply.
Yes, I agree with you that there's an increased lack of respect to councillors and it's something we need to address. And at our last Standards Committee and at the previous Constitution and Governance Committee, this was a concern that was raised. So there is an intention to have a discussion between Standards and Constitution and Governance about whether there's any way to further ensure that councillors are protected from inappropriate behaviour from the public. In terms of the standards regime, a large proportion of complaints are dismissed before even going to investigation because they are seen as tit for tat or because they are seen as personalising. So we have some reassurance within that. But I also think we have reassurance in relation to the fact that if there is an investigation and no breach is found, you can be assured that this has been robustly investigated and no breach has been found. And that is really reassuring for people. And I don't think anyone should be worried about having an investigation because no breach means no breach.
Thank you. We'll go to the vote now. Use your microphone there in front to vote for, against or abstain.
Couple more seconds, members. Vote closed.
Thank you, that's passed. We go on to 17.1, appointment of co-opted members to the Standards Committee and appointment of independent persons. I'll ask Councillor Jenkins to move and Councillor Pete Mitchell to second the recommendation set out on page 121.
Thank you. I'd just like to move this. The independent people were assessed through a interview process, which I wasn't part of, but Councillor Morehouse was the main leader of that. And the people who have been put forward were the top two within that interview process, but there were a lot of very good people who applied. So I'd just like to recommend them to the council.
Thank you. Councillor Mitchell?
Yes, I'd like to second that. I saw the reports that came back from this, and they were all excellent people. And we were very lucky to get the two that we got. I think they were sound. Just to go back a second for the new members that are here, when you get your first complaint referred to standards, don't panic like I did. It's not the end of the world. I thought it was, but then you find out it isn't.
Thank you. Anybody want to ask any questions or make any statements? Councillor Alvey?
Thank you, Chairman, and I will be supporting this in due course. Just one minor point, and looking at the papers with the extract from the Standards Committee meeting that actually agreed to put these individuals forward. We expressed, or in fact I expressed a view that it would be useful for members to have an appraisal of the successful candidates and something of their backgrounds, and it was agreed that a mini profile of the successful candidates should be prepared when the appointment was ratified by the council. Now that doesn't appear to have happened in the papers, and I think to a degree it does lend itself to the challenge that Councillor Tudor made, that whilst I'm very comfortable with the individuals that have been nominated and the process to identify them, I think for the wider membership to understand a little of the background of the people that may at some point be asked to carry out investigations about them, I think it would be good if what came out of the committee meeting had actually happened and found its way into the papers for today's meeting.
Thank you. Any other questions or any points? No, back to Councillor Jenkins then.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Martin, for that. It was agreed that we would approach the independent members and ask them to provide a small biog so that members had some understanding of who they were. I don't believe that has happened. I certainly haven't seen it. There was some concern at the Standards Committee that we're asking people to be independent people, and as independent persons, they shouldn't be open to any sort of lobbying or political influence, and that it might be that the independent people felt they did not want their details and background to be put before the council because of jobs that they do. Obviously, the people who were doing the interviews have seen all that detail, but there are some GDPR concerns. So I haven't seen any biog, and I'm not sure whether the monitoring officer has any more information.
No, he doesn't want to say anything at this stage. Well, nothing on. Let's go to the vote on that one. On your microphones, as usual, for, against, or whatever. Thank you, and that's passed. We're a bit ahead of schedule, so we could go to the next motion, but I think it's time to break for lunch, really. I think, so that's, what's that, 12:30, go to 1:15, come back at 1:15, and be ready to deal with the motions. Thank you. Right, good afternoon, members. Kindly be seated. We can get on. Agenda item 18.1. The first of our motions, student 16 plus an adult transport ticket. Proposer, Councillor Smith. Seconder, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Smith. Do I... Hang on, sorry, I was supposed to read some texts before we launch into that. Is Councillor Smith not here anyway? There you are, sorry. Motions. As members will know, motions for which notice has been duly given will be debated at our meetings on the basis that motions approved at Council relating to an executive function will be advisory and not bind the Cabinet or an individual Cabinet member, but may inform their future decisions. Advisory motions relating to non-executive functions may either be considered and approved at Council or referred to the relevant committee for detailed consideration. In the case of the latter, an advisory motion approved at Council will not bind the future deliberations of the committee to which the matter has been referred, but may inform its future recommendations. A total of 3 hours has been agreed for debate on all motions, and therefore I'd be grateful if all members would keep their comments as succinct as possible and don't repeat what others have already said during the debate. This will enable those members who wish to speak to do so. If we run out of time, any remaining motions will be referred either to Cabinet or the relevant committee, and I will confirm the appropriate referral at that point. So now we come to 18.1, student 16 plus adult transport, one ticket, one seat. Proposer, Councillor Smith. Seconder, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, fellow councillors, and thank you, portfolio holder Dan Rogerson. Chair, I bring this motion regarding students and adult transport safety. One ticket, one seat. We are seeing cases where passengers on Cornwall Council supported services are standing on high-speed routes, including A roads and dual carriageways, because more tickets have been issued than there are seats. That creates an avoidable safety risk. This is not about inconvenience, it is about safety at speed. If a bus is travelling at 50 to 60 miles per hour, standing passengers are significantly more vulnerable in the event of a sudden break-in or collision. This is happening on services we commission or support in Cornwall. The principle is simple. If a ticket is issued, a seat must be guaranteed. We already apply these exemptions to other areas and contexts. We have already seen this where it can be implemented. When issues are identified, such as the 170-172 route, where additional capacity was introduced, reference additional costs, I say. This is a safety duty issue, not just financial one. Reference the legality of this, I say. Standing may be permitted in some contexts, but not designed for long, high-speed rural routes. You may say there is already compliance, but this is a minimum compliance. Let's go further. This is not the same as safety practices. I have built in a review for this motion, and I'm asking that the Cabinet come back within 3 months to report back on it to this chamber. The motion asks the Cabinet to end oversubscription of seats, require no stand-in on contractual non-urban routes, introduce one ticket, one seat as standard contract conditions, strengthening monitoring and accountability, and report back within 3 months. This is about ensuring no student or passenger placed at unnecessary risk on services we fund and support. We have already seen that where problems are identified
30 seconds.
And fixed. This motion ensures that this happens consistently. This is about one simple principle. One ticket must equal one seat for safety. Chair, I commend this motion to the Council.
Thank you very much. Councillor Johnson, do you want a second?
Yes, Chair, members, officers.
I rise to second this motion because I simply cannot understand how this situation has been allowed to continue. Members, when you leave Liskerno later today and get into your car, I want you to take a moment, sit in that nice comfortable seat surrounded by airbags and modern safety features, fasten your seatbelt, then just before you turn the key in ignition, pause and think. Think about the children in our communities making their journey home from school tonight. Children unlike you may not even have the safety of a seat. Some sitting on the floor of a bus, some in the stairwell. No seatbelt, no protection, and we must ask ourselves, how can this possibly be acceptable in modern Cornwall? We rightly enforce strict safety standards for every motorist on the road. We educate people about road safety from a young age. Yet somehow we are prepared to tolerate children travelling on overcrowded buses without even the most basic protections. This is not about supporting the profits of bus companies. This is about the safety of Cornish children. Because when a company chooses to overload services rather than provide enough capacity, somebody must stand up and say, enough is enough. A child's safety should never come second to a balance sheet. And let us be honest about the consequences. What happens if that bus travelling at speed has to brake suddenly? What happens if it is involved in a collision? We all know the answer, and it should concern every member in this chamber. Are we willing to accept standards for our children that we would never accept for ourselves or our families? If we fail to act today, then we would have knowingly ignored a danger staring us directly in the face. So let us do the right thing, support this motion and put the safety of Cornish children first.
Thank you. Hands up, please, if you'd like to speak on the motion. Mr. Rogerson. Sorry, well, who's at the back? Okay, I've got Councillors Rogerson, Cader, Barker, Black, Cunningham, Desmond and Sawnby. If I've missed you off? Hale, sorry. That's a good idea to run through them, isn't it? Right, you're all happy? All right, start off. Councillor Rogerson.
Miraz Kaderia, and thank you, Councillor Smith, for notice of your motion. And obviously, there's an issue you raised with me in the specific circumstances he referred to in his speech there, which was resolved. That was a college bus, a contract with Callyworth College, and I wrote following our exchange in the chamber, but I know that the councillor already had his own meeting with them, and as he said, they resolved that situation. For post-16 transport, and I want to be clear that, and he is quite clear in his motion, that's what he's talking about, is for older young people, some of whom will, or many of whom will travel to college on buses provided by those colleges themselves. So it's not something we have control over. Some may travel on buses alongside younger young people, sort of buses which we have contracts with, and we arrange tickets on those, as he said, via making sure that there are seats for everybody. Some of the young people travel on the public bus network, and that's an efficient and safe and good use of public resources and a good option for those young people in particular. And the trouble with this motion is it is very prescriptive. It says that there is one solution that fits everybody, and it sort of paints a picture that all over Cornwall we have, you know, thousands of young people sort of strap hanging as the norm. That's not the case. And I think what we need to do is have a proportionate response, which is to look at details, as he's done, raised with me, and he's discussed it with the college, and that was resolved, and not deny the use of the public bus network, which is a great efficient use and also supports that public bus network by having more people travelling on that as well. Councillor Johnson, who seconded it, from the part of the world he's from, I'm sure he has stood on a bus, and I'm sure he's seen young people standing on buses safely as well, so we'll be well familiar with that. They are licensed to do that, and we make sure that all the relationships we have, that the bus companies are abiding by the law and all the guidelines and using those safe vehicles. So while I understand the spirit behind this, actually the reality is somewhat different, and therefore I would urge colleagues to reject this motion. But of course, if they have any specific concerns with routes or specific young people's journeys that are causing a problem, then obviously raise that with me and raise that with the colleges concerned if that's the issue.
Thank you. Councillor Cador, followed by Councillor Barker. Councillor Cador.
Thank you, Chair, fellow councillors, portfolio holder for Councillor Rogerson. I want to speak about the particular challenges facing rural Cornwall. For many students in our communities, travelling to the college is not a short local journey. It often means long trips along busy A roads because there are limited alternatives. Transport is therefore not just about convenience, it's about access to education and opportunity. If students can't travel safely and reliably, then rural communities are disproportionately affected. I appreciate the financial concerns outlined in the briefing papers, but we also have to consider the wider impact if families lose confidence in transport arrangements. In rural areas, missing transport or feeling unsafe travelling can directly affect attendance, participation and educational opportunities. That is why this discussion matters. This motion asks Cabinet to look at the standards on routes linked to education transport and to consider whether current arrangements are appropriate for long-distance rural journeys. That is a reasonable request. We should not simply compare these routes to busy urban services, where standing for short distances may be common. The reality in Cornwall is different. This motion is about recognising the difference and ensuring our transport arrangements reflect the realities of rural travel. Supporting this motion says that access to education should also mean access to safe and properly managed transport. I therefore support it.
Thank you. Councillor Barker, followed by Councillor Black.
This motion exposes a basic and unacceptable reality. Our current approach to student transport safety is not good enough. When a young person buys a ticket for a long-distance route, a seat should not be a luxury. I take the point around it's possibly an exception. If that's the case, then is there a way of measuring the impact of our services and service partners? Let's be absolutely clear, the absence of widespread complaints and issues doesn't mean the absence of danger. Good governance is not reactive. It does not wait for serious incidents before acting. It identifies risks early and deals with them. So fully take that point, but can we have the proof and can we measure the incidents? And if it's great news if it is actually isolated, but that's not our belief. And that would really be my comment.
Thank you. Councillor Black, followed by Councillor Cunningham.
Thank you, Chair. I support this motion because I believe it is ultimately about prevention and common sense. Too often in public life, action only occurs after a serious incident occurs. We wait for something to go wrong before reviewing whether existing arrangements were truly adequate. This motion takes the opposite approach. It says, let us look at the issue now, let us review the risks now, and let us strengthen standards before a serious problem arises. That is the responsible thing to do. The officer briefing states that standing passengers are legally permitted and that buses remain one of the safest forms of transport. I do not dispute that, but the fact something is lawful does not automatically mean it is the safest or most appropriate arrangement in every circumstance. The reality is that standing on a crowded urban route for a short distance is very different from standing on a rural high-speed journey. I think the public instinctively understand that distinction. The motion also does not demand immediate sweeping changes overnight. It asks the Cabinet to review arrangements, improve oversight, and consider stronger standards for the future. That is a proportionate response. If we can reduce avoidable risk, improve confidence and strengthen safety expectations, then we should do so. In my view, that is simply good public service and good common sense, and therefore I support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Cunningham, then Councillor Desmond.
Chair, councillors and the portfolio holder, Dan Rogerson. I rise to support this motion from the perspective of parents and public confidence. Many families assume that when transport is arranged through public services, there would be a seat available for the person holding the ticket. Most people would see that as basic common sense. When parents discovered that on some routes, students were standing for long journeys on major roads, naturally they became concerned. This debate is not about attacking operators or council staff. We know many people are working extremely hard under difficult financial pressures, but public confidence matters, and confidence is damaged when passengers believe services are being oversold beyond safe and reasonable expectations. One of the important aspects of this motion is that it asks for transparency and accountability. How did these situations arrive? What oversight arrangements existed? And how do we ensure concerns are identified early in the future? Those are reasonable questions for elected members to ask. I also think it's important to recognise that where concerns were raised, improvements were made, additional capacity was introduced on the 170 and 172 route. That shows cooperation and practical solutions are possible. This motion is not asking for perfection overnight. It's asking for clearer standards, better oversight and safer expectations moving forward. At the centre of this debate are students, families and passengers who simply want confidence that the journey to education will be safe and properly managed. For those reasons, I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sawnby. Councillor Sawnby, followed by Councillor Gale.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I do have sympathy for this motion, and I'll tell you why. About a couple of months ago, I got on the bus at 3 miles down, the park and ride, okay? And I was the only one on that bus. And I said, oh, why am I the only one on it? He said, well, you wait in a minute. And the next stop, there must be about 60 or 70 students waiting at the bus stop. And they ran them on. There wasn't a seat left. They were ran right up the aisle and right up to the windscreen and in the stairwell. And I thought, if this bus, because they don't hang around those park and ride buses, they really, knock on a bit. And I thought, if he's got a break, those students at the front are going out to that window. And I thought, this can't be right. This can't be right because those students are somebody's children. And I think involved in an accident, I think it'd just be terrible. And I do have sympathy for this motion. Whether or not I'll vote for it, I don't know. But at the end of the day, that is an example of what it's like. And I think it really should be sorted out, really, even if they've got to put on an extra bus. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gale, followed by Councillor Frost.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors and portfolio holder, Councillor Dan Rogerson. I would like to focus on governance and oversight. This motion is not simply about buses. It is about how the council manages contracts, monitors standards and responds when concerns are raised. This motion asks for stronger internal quality assurance processes and clearer contractual expectations. In my view, this is entirely reasonable for public-supported services. Whenever public money is involved, there should be robust oversight and clear accountability. The briefing note tells us there are existing legal frameworks and operating standards in place. That is important, but having regulations is not the same as regularly reviewing whether those arrangements remain appropriate in practice. Good governance means continually assessing risk, identifying weaknesses, and learning from concerns when they arise. And in this case, concerns were raised by parents, councillors, and the community. I also think it is important that the motion requests a report back to Council that creates transparency, allows members to properly scrutinise the issue. This should not be viewed as criticism of officers or of operators. It should be viewed as part of a responsible, democratic oversight. Councillors have a duty not only to approve budgets and contracts, but also to question whether service is operating in the right way for residents and for what they should reasonably expect. For that reason, I believe the motion takes a measured and very sensible approach, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Frost, then Councillor Evans.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just a little bit confused by this motion because some people have said it's about prevention. So it's about making sure that before it becomes an issue, we solve it. I've heard other people say that this is a terrible situation that we need to solve. We're hearing that we've got bus routes where there are thousands of people on those buses standing up, but there is no evidence within the motion that any information is forthcoming about oversubscribed bus routes. Now, if we had bus routes that were oversubscribed, those companies would put on more buses because they want more passengers, because they make more money. So where is the evidence of the oversubscribed bus routes? And I take Councillor Sawnby's point, but he's talking about a park and ride bus, which again, the proposer and seconder said is okay because it's a short urban journey, a park and ride bus, so it's okay to fill those ones. It's the long rural routes. But we have no evidence from Go Bus Cornwall or Stagecoach that there are oversubscribed buses. So which is it? Are we trying to solve a problem that we have, or are we trying to look at a problem and figure out how we build that into the future? Because this motion doesn't actually say either of those things. It says that we mandate our contracts to be completely different, even though we don't have the control over them, which is just a bit nonsensical to me. I'm not quite sure what is the actual debate we're having here.
Thank you, Councillor Evans, then Councillor Ewart.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very interested in road safety, but when I first saw this proposal, I did think that it was over-egging the issue. But I've listened and I've read again, and I feel that there is something that's worth looking at. We're told that these proposals, they're not mandatory, they're advisory, and I think it is something that the council should consider. There's lots of things that we used to do in the past that all of a sudden we decided that weren't safe and we stopped doing them. We perhaps didn't do it right across the country, but somebody decided that this was not a good idea and they became best practice and adopted by others. So on that basis, I would like to see the council consider what we do with our bus routes and what advice we do give to our contractors. So I'll be supporting this motion.
Thank you, and Councillor Ewart.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm a little confused over this motion as well, and I think when I look at the area I represent, which is incredibly rural, it's like super rural, and the bus services are shared between school users, college users and members of the public, and are sometimes only every 2 or 3 hours, so it's the only route that people have to get somewhere. You know, if we have 3 buses go to one college, for example, and the students will pile onto the first bus because they don't want to wait for the second bus, so we have an empty second bus. That's really difficult for one bus driver to manage for a start. But I also am concerned, you know, if you've got that last bus coming through and it's full, you've got someone in every single seat, and it's coming up to bus stops with perhaps elderly, vulnerable people at that bus stop in the middle of nowhere that are then being told, really sorry, we can't take you because we don't have a seat for you. That they are then sat in a village in the dark in the middle of winter, perhaps, you know, obviously I'm painting the worst picture here, but they then don't have a route to get anywhere because it's not like we're inundated with taxis in our rural communities either. So I am concerned about this motion, and I do have sympathy for it, and I can see where it's coming from. I do understand that, but I think it's a bit of a sort of blunt instrument, to be honest, so I won't be supporting this motion.
Thank you. With no one else to speak, you can't come back. No one else to speak. We go back to the proposer to respond.
Thank you, Chair. Just a very quick one to answer. Thank you, councillors, for your comments in relation to the motion. Back to the leader. The situation is that a coach has 78 seats, but the colleges sell 100 tickets, so that doesn't equate. I'd like to address some points raised by the portfolio holder, where I fully recognise the pressures involved in delivering transport services across Cornwall. I acknowledge the work of the officers, the portfolio holders and partners in maintaining these services under significant financial and operational constraints. However, the purpose of this motion is not to interfere with operational delivery. It is to look at the contractual framework of how we appoint contracts. It is to address a clear and specific safety issue. Students and other passengers travelling on high-speed roads sometimes standing because one ticket has been issued and there is no seat available. This is the reality of the motion.
Councillor, can you pause for a second? What is your point of order?
My point of order is just to be clear that we are not debating council-funded or contracted services. A lot of these, it's a factual accuracy, a lot of these services are nothing to...
Sorry, that's not a point of order, Councillor Rogerson. If you have other cabinet colleagues can make your points for you if you wish. But sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You can carry on, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. This is the reality this motion responds to. We are not talking about short urban journeys. We are talking about long rural routes where vehicles are travelling at speeds on A roads and dual carriageways, and where standing passengers face a higher level of risk. We have already seen this change put in place in relation to the past route that we have talked about. Additional capacity was introduced to solve this problem. That demonstrates two things. First, that the problem exists, and the second, that the practical solutions can be delivered when there is a willingness to act. We also have heard it suggested that the issue is not widely reported, but absence of widespread reporting is not evidence that can abate the risk. Many safety issues only become visible after an incident has occurred. It is therefore appropriate and expected that we take a precautionary approach where foreseeable risks are identified. At its core, this motion sets out a very simple principle: one ticket, one seat, particularly where services are planned, funded or supported by the council. This is not an operational instruction, it is a safety expectation. It is about ensuring that ticket allocation is aligned with safety seated capacity wherever reasonably practical. While I accept the council does not directly operate all services, with public funding and contractual influence exists, it is entirely appropriate that clear safety standards are set and consistently applied. Chair and fellow councillors, this is not about bureaucracy or convenience. It is about preventing and protecting avoidable risk, ensuring that students and passengers are not placed in unsafe conditions simply to get to educational work. I ask members to support this motion on this basis. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll now put the motion to the vote. So, using your microphone base, vote for, abstain or against.
A couple more seconds, members. Vote closed.
So the vote is lost. We now move on to 18.2. Road safety through timely renewal of road markings and improved parking enforcement. Proposer Councillor Johnson, seconder Councillor Smith. And I'm saying again, this is an advisory motion to the Cabinet or individual Cabinet members. And if approved today, will not bind them, but may inform their future decisions. I'll ask Councillor Johnson to propose and Councillor Smith to second the recommendation on page 139 of your agenda pack. Councillor Johnson.
Chair, members, officers, I thank the portfolio holder for his response and I welcome his acknowledgement that there is a problem, but recognition is not resolution. If the current programme was working, we would not be seeing zebra crossings fading, junction markings disappearing and residents reporting repeated near misses. We would not see faults taking months, sometimes years to be addressed. That is the reality on the ground. We have heard about investment programmes, codes of practice, but residents do not experience strategies, they experience unsafe roads. And let us look honestly at the figures. We are told the yellow line budget will be £225,000 a year, yet officers estimate a backlog of around £2 million. And the white lines are even worse. At that rate, we are not catching up, we are managing decline. This is a legal responsibility. Under the Highways Act 1980, the Council has a duty to maintain the highway. Under the Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, we have a duty to ensure the safe movement of traffic, including pedestrians. So why are known high-risk, locations reported by resident, flagged by members and known to officers still waiting for action? And why are we being asked to accept that pace as sufficient? The motion is about transparency. It's about timely repairs based on risk. And it's about accountability. I've heard it said withdraw the motion. But how can I? How can I withdraw this motion when we are facing a growing road safety crisis across Cornwall? Because even if one person is seriously injured because action came too late, because markings had faded, or because warnings were ignored, then part of that responsibility rests with all of us. So I will not withdraw this motion. Instead, I leave that responsibility with every member in this House, or chamber, when they cast their vote. If you believe £225,000 a year is enough to tackle a £2 million backlog while meeting our legal duties to vote against, but if you believe the scale of the problem demands greater urgency and stronger oversight, support this motion. And when you vote, think about families crossing the road, think about children walking to school, think about elderly, vulnerable residents relying on clear markings to stay safe. And ask yourself, if someone is hurt because action came too late, have we truly fulfilled our duty, not just in law, but as community leaders? Chair, I commend this motion to Council.
Thank you. And to second the motion, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to second this motion. This is a practical, proportionate and evidence-based proposal that addresses a clear and recurring gap in how road markings and parking enforcements are maintained and applied. At its core, this motion is about a simple but fundamental principle. If road markings cannot be seen, they cannot be relied upon, and they cannot be properly enforced. We have heard real examples where residents have reported repeatedly near misses, only to be found that the enforcement action cannot be taken because markings are too faded, while highways have at times considered them not faded enough to warrant renewal. This inconsistency is not just frustrating, it points to a systematic issue that this motion seeks to address. Importantly, this proposal is not a call for underfunding or open-ended spending. It explicitly allows the delivery within existing approved budgets where possible, and through established budget setting processes where necessary. It always promotes a risk-based approach, ensuring the limited resources are prioritised where they have the greatest safety impact, particularly around schools, junctions and pedestrian crossings. The proposed timescales are realistic and proportionately time-framed around what is reasonably practical rather than rigid or arbitrary deadlines. This is about improving consistency and accountability, not imposing unworkable targets. Crucially, it's always respected that Cornwall's governance arrangements, it does not seek to direct operational decisions, but instead asks the relevant portfolio holder and officers to develop a clear, more transparent and effective approach. Ultimately, this is a preventative measure. Maintaining clear and visible road markings is a relatively small intervention that can reduce collisions, support more consistent enforcement and improve public confidence in how our highways are managed. If the current system were workable effectively, we would not continue to see repeated concerns raised by residents. In one area of my division alone, there was a 3-year delay in refreshing yellow school markings outside a primary school, something that is simply not acceptable for a road safety perspective. This motion offers a constructive and balanced
30 seconds.
Practically deliverable and firmly focused on public safety. I am therefore very happy to support this motion and urge colleagues to do the same.
Thank you. Please raise your hands if you wish to speak. I've got Rogerson, Alvey, Musto, O'Connor, Jenkin, Tudor, Creek, Evans, Ewart, Barrington. Over there. Oh, sorry, we've got to move that. Ashton. Black. Bath. I've got Councillors Rogerson, Alvey, Mustoe, O'Connor, Jenkins, Tudor, Creek, Evans, Ewart, Marrington, Ashton, Black, Barker and Frost. Missed anyone out? No? Good. Councillor Rogerson, followed by Councillor Alvey.
Miraz Kadaria, and I'd like to thank Councillor Johnson and Councillor Smith for bringing this motion forward. When I first met Councillor Johnson to talk about this in an online meeting, he was, I think he was a little bit upset that someone had said he was using AI in some of his issues, and I'm sure when he rises to address the House that's not the case. He will be happy to know that I agree with him, and I agree with him then at that meeting when he was raising the issue of the markings that needed to be redone in his division, and with many other members who, in my early time in post earlier last year, were raising that as well. And in fact, in my own division as well, I see that. So he's absolutely right. And that's why, when I had the opportunity then to work on preparing the transport part of a budget, I said this isn't good enough and we need to put in more. And my cabinet colleagues agreed, and I was delighted that people in this chamber agreed with that as well, which is why what was allocated of about £40,000 per annum will now be up to £225,000 per annum. And I know that Councillor Johnson prided himself as a member of BDOSC at scrutinising the budget and going through it line by line. There's a lot of it in there, so I can excuse the fact he may have missed this bit when it was in there, and that we're going to be spending 5 times what was being spent before on renewing these yellow lines. And we are, 5-6 weeks into that budget's timeline, and we will see an improvement in this. Absolutely, members will continue, and members of the public will continue to raise this with me, as is right and proper. But I want him to be confident that this administration takes this very seriously, which is why we've invested more money. The rest of his motion talks about reviews, looking at the manual which already exists to make these kinds of assessments and prioritisation of these sorts of schemes. And what I don't want to see is the officers who should be making sure that this all gets done are now having to waste their time revisiting what is already there and put in place to make sure that that work happens. So I would urge Councillor Johnson to think again about this motion, welcome the fact that this administration is going to be spending 5 times what was there on yellow lines, and also increasing the investment in continuing the investment in white lining, and make sure that we all work together with the officers to report these, get them done, and get progress on this issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Alvey, followed by Councillor Mustoe. Councillor Alvey.
Thank you, Chairman. And I think all of us who have been members for a while will know that our mailbags often contain concerns from residents about white lines, potholes, cutting back junctions, a whole manner of road safety issues. And there is a budget, and as Councillor Rogerson has just said, a greatly increased budget in order to do this. But ultimately, there's also the road safety manual in place, which balances those risks against the amount of money available. And to be honest, yes, I've been frustrated, as all members have, that occasionally some white lines have not been repainted. But ultimately, I must trust the system that the money is allocated as best as possible for safety. One final bit of irony, one of my most recent complaints from a resident was that the white lines in the village had been repainted and there were still some potholes. Even more ironically, that individual campaigned for reform at the last election, but I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Councillor Mustoe, then Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually down as a supporter of this motion, because looking at the title of it, who wouldn't want to support a motion with a title like that? I heard with interest Councillor Johnson said that Councillor Rogerson had already been in touch with him, pointing out what's already going on. I'm grateful that Councillor Rogerson has taken the time to explain what's already happening. I think the fact that this is being delivered, or what's being proposed is being delivered within the existing highways budget, though, presumably the highways budget is planned for the whole year. So I would perhaps ask Councillor Johnson and Councillor Smith, if they're proposing on delivering this from the existing highways budget, where are they proposing on taking from what's already planned in that existing highways budget to support these proposals? It is something that I'm very used to dealing with the issues with highway maintenance. I've got national publicity for pointing at things before in terms of potholes, double yellow lines, verges, anything else that I can lay my finger on. To go back to the meeting we had last month, where there was a change in tact on glyphosates and things like that. I believe at the time that there was a commitment from the administration to maybe use some of the monies that have been used there in a pilot scheme elsewhere to improve public realms and things like that. Is there a chance that some of that money could be used to do some of the things that Councillor Johnson is proposing here, for instance? And also, just to say to Councillor Rogerson, I've actually personally found it really useful to have his updates on the potholes that are being filled and that sort of thing every month. I think that's really useful. So, yeah, I'm interested to see where the debate goes here. And while I applaud the sentiment for putting this motion forward, and I'm sure the public would applaud that, I think in actual terms of practice, how it's going to be put forward, I think, is another thing entirely.
Thank you. I've got quite a long list, so now's a good time to remind people to be succinct, please. Councillor O'Connor, followed by Councillor Jenkins. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Chair. I entirely understand why this motion's been brought forward. Every one of us has had residents complain about faded road markings, confusing junctions or poor parking behaviour. Those concerns are real and they deserve to be taken seriously. But the key question here is not whether the road markings matter. Of course they do. The question before us is whether this motion is actually the right way to improve safety for people in Cornwall. And I do not believe that it is. Firstly, officers have already confirmed that substantial action is underway, and I won't repeat the numbers that Councillor Rogerson has kindly shared with us for brevity here. And at the same time, we've had investment in white line and road studs risen to 1.25 million over the past 2 years, because those assets are assessed as carrying greater direct road safety risk. In other words, the work's already happening, and it's being prioritised using a professional, evidence-led, risk-based framework. And that matters because Cornwall's highways budget is not unlimited. Officers have been very clear that the backlog for lining renewals is estimated at around 2 million. If we accelerate delivery further without new funding, that money has to come from somewhere. And officers have already explicitly warned this could mean diverting funds away from pothole repairs, carriage maintenance, and other high-risk safety interventions. And that brings me to my main concern here, is that who wouldn't want potholes and white lines and markings improved for public safety? Clearly nobody. But what I've not seen is where this money is coming from. A clear explanation is missing, and for those reasons I cannot support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jenkins, followed by Councillor Creek.
Miraz Kadaria. I echo some of previous speakers' views that we all have, we know we all have issues with lines that are wearing away, lines that are removed, lines that are not enforceable. We all have that. And it's not an overnight thing that's happened in the last year. It's something that's been growing over the last 10 years probably. And we know there's a backlog. What I don't see in this motion is how that backlog would be filled. And I think that is a real question for everybody in this room. We've only just been through a budget setting process. We've set a budget which includes, as the portfolio holder said, an increased funding into these areas. But why are we now coming in and saying, actually, we need to change that budget? And where's that money going to come from? It's just making policy on the hoof without actually doing the hard work that needs to be done to ensure that we get the best service possible for all our residents. And I would be the first to leap up and down if somebody said they were coming and doing lining in my area. I've got loads of C roads, unclassified roads that never get to the top of the list. However, It has to be a risk-based approach. It has to be based on officer assessment of what the highest priorities are as well. We can't just expect to get lining if we jump up and down. We have to look at it in a more strategic fashion. So I don't see anything in this motion that actually addresses those issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Creek, followed by Councillor Evans.
Thanks, Chair. So I don't disagree necessarily with this motion, Councillor Johnson. I think, you know, as others have said, we've clearly got issues with some road markings. Just last Friday, as it happens, I was walking around Newquay with our bid manager and a representative of Cormac highlighting some of the safety concerns that we could see there, and got some commitments to add that to the schedule because they could clearly see where those safety concerns were. It's not perfect, though I welcome the additional funding. I suppose, as many people have said, where does the money come from? And I think I might, at this point, propose an amendment, Councillor Johnson, which I've sent to you via Teams. But before I do that, I actually think the proper place for this sort of discussion would probably be in scrutiny, to kind of assess the work of this year's budget. But in terms of the amendment, what I'd like to do is offer in recommendation 1, after within 6 months of this resolution, insert, and that this review be accompanied by a funding strategy which addresses the chronic underfunding of local highway infrastructure, and that this council calls upon UK government to introduce a progressive wealth tax on assets exceeding 10 million to create a dedicated local highway safety fund, ensuring that the maintenance of safe public roads, which benefits all road users regardless of wealth, is funded through the broadest shoulders in society, rather than those regressive council tax rises falling disproportionately on the ordinary working families in Cornwall. And I'll send that to you, Anita, so that you've got that in your teams as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And do you have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Ewart.
I'm very happy to second that. I think that's a sensible amendment, Councillor Creek. Thank you.
Okay, I'm told we're happy to accept the amendment because it doesn't negate the motion. I don't mean you're happy to accept it, but now we're discussing the amendment. So I have to ask Councillor Johnson, do you accept the amendment?
No, I don't.
No. Councillor Smith? Well, no, you don't know. So now we're talking about the amendment only. Was that being sent out to everybody? Okay, who'd like to speak on the amendment? We'll just do that while we're waiting. O'Connor. I've got Councillors Frost and O'Connor on the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. So Councillor Creek and Councillor Ewart, all good fun, love the amendment. However, in reality, I feel it's probably best to reject the amendment, reject the motion. Councillor Johnson can come to scrutiny, put something on the work programme, do something sensible, because the reality is this motion is just asking us to do something we're already doing, but in a less efficient and more bureaucratic way. And that's not what residents want. They want us to see us doing stuff, and that is what we are doing.
Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Chair. I think that this amendment has unintentionally exposed the central weakness in the original motion. Because throughout this debate, we've heard demands for faster interventions, expanded reporting, additional oversight, accelerated maintenance, and increased enforcement activity. But what we have not heard is a credible explanation of how any of that is actually going to be paid for and delivered. And that matters, because officers have already warned us that Cornwall's highways budget is under significant pressure, and that accelerating this programme further could mean diverting funds away from potholes repairs, resurfacing works and other high-risk safety interventions. Now, members may not agree with the specific funding mechanism proposed in this amendment, but at least this amendment attempts to answer the question, The original motion largely, entirely avoids where does the money come from? Because there is no such thing as cost-free infrastructure. There is no such thing as council money. There is only public taxes. Every promise made in this chamber ultimately has to be paid for by somebody. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parsonage.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to support Councillor Frost with what he has said. I think the amendments on top of what Councillor Johnson has put forward shows that we should actually withdraw the motion so that Councillor Johnson can then go to the Scrutiny Committee to discuss it more widely. In so doing, we might see a way forward. However, if the way forward isn't clear or is unacceptable to Councillor Johnson, that means that he can bring a motion back at next council. Whereas if we go to a vote, this motion, which I think is well-meaning, will be held for at least 6 months. So I would urge Councillor Johnson and Councillor Creek to consider the way forward.
Thank you. Councillor Merrington.
Yeah, I was just going to say it feels like we've gone sort of one step. Do I have to stop? Okay, sorry. Yeah, I understand again exactly what Lee said, why you proposed that, but I think I understand as well what you were putting this forward for, and I wanted to say that there's a reassurance that, you know, from my point of view, from parking enforcement, or with that portfolio, or covering that portfolio, with parking enforcement there, we really welcomed this increase in money. I wanted to say that we'd be putting, you know, we're working together closely to get those prioritisations, but as Councillor O'Connor said, there is a clear safety aspect to this, but there is community involved. There is stuff from the parking enforcement officers that's pushing for where the areas are that they can't currently enforce. So I was going to say that I understand that we haven't got enough money, and I understand why Councillor Creek said that, because we're trying to work within those all the time. The parking enforcement team, they've probably got about 400 areas they want to do. They're doing sort of 8 or 9, trying to get through those a year. We really welcome what we're doing already, and in the last, since we've been here, we've been talking together about how we can do more. So I do not think there's a need for this motion, but perhaps we could explain more regularly what is going on to improve things.
Thank you. We're talking on the amendment now. Councillor Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. As we're going to move to a vote, I'd just like some advice on whether or not councillors that would be impacted by the UK government introducing a progressive wealth tax on assets need to declare an interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor German. My view is, I think we've had these kinds of issues before with potentially advisory motions or situations where Cabinet's going to, if the motion went through, consider the issue. I would say not at this stage, but thank you for the question.
Thank you for the advice.
Thank you. So I've got nobody else on the amendment. We go back to Councillor Johnson, who has a right to reply to the amendment, and then we go to the vote. So once he speaks, no one else can talk on the amendment.
I've listened to Councillor Creek. I was sort of for what he was saying until he said about how he was going to raise the tax to pay this. I think we get money from the government to pay for road markings, and I think it's about 200 million, or not just road markings, for road maintenance. Now, if we can't prove that we've done that, I think there's a clawback of about £50 million. 25% of that is clawback if we can't prove it. Well, we can go on to Google Maps, we can see whether the maintenance is being done, and on the ground it's not. Right, I'll finish it there because I want to respond to Councillor Rogerson, but I guess I'll do that later, right? Okay.
Thank you. All right, so you've all got the amendment in your inbox. You're all happy what you're voting on. We'll go to the vote now. Sorry, can we put it up on the screen? Oh, right, we're up. So we're off. Okay.
Couple more seconds, members. Vote closed.
Thank you,
Sorry, I
Chair.
haven't got my microphone on. Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Chair. I'm down as supporting this proposal, and I remain supportive of it. As I said before, I'm very interested in road safety, and so we need to look after every aspect of that, because the loss of life is counted in millions of pounds, not hundreds of thousands. And item 2 on the ask list is prioritise the repainting or reinstatement of road markings at locations where deterioration presents a clear road safety risk. And I think that in itself is worth supporting here today.
Thank you. Councillor Ewart, followed by Councillor Marrington.
Thank you, Chair. I won't speak because Councillor Jenkin and Councillor O'Connor have said exactly what I was going to say, that I just think this is a bit of a nonsense.
Thank you. Councillor Ashton, followed by Councillor Black.
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered whether somebody slipped something into my lunch. Well, I mean, what on earth just went on? I don't know what the people of Cornwall think that we're up to here, but we have a perfectly solid motion put forward, and to say that, and we seem to, my colleague just said, we seem to get to the point where it came to money, and the whole sort of thing changed. Now, whilst we have this budget in place, nothing is written in stone. Sometimes priorities have to be juggled in here. Sometimes we have to move things around, and I'm sure that will be the case over the next couple of years. This issue is one that affects all of us and all our communities, and it's quite a serious issue in the sense that, as pointed out by Councillor Johnson, that this is only going to get worse. We've got to do more, and whilst it's good news that the budget has been increased, we know that it's not enough. So we can't just bury our head in the sands. We've got to do something about it. This morning, as I was sat at the end of my road in the drizzle, waiting for my colleague to pick me up, I did my own survey, and I live at the end of a road with quite a curve in the road. Every single vehicle went on the other side of the road where they could not see cars coming down the other way. And that's what we're facing across the county. We have to do something about this. It's not a motion that doesn't have any legs. I believe this very strongly. So I will be supporting this motion for many, many reasons, but I'll leave it there. I think it's a sensible motion, and I think something has to be done, and we need to work on it together to find some solutions. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Black, followed by Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. A 2026 national report by the RAC found that 92% of road users considered that faded markings made driving more dangerous. 72% believed that the problem had worsened over the last 5 years. 71% said that at least some markings had faded in their area, and 21% said that most markings had completely faded away. While this survey was a national one, I consider it to be applicable here in Cornwall. Councillor Johnson and I were discussing the problem recently, and he highlighted an instance where he had reported faded yellow lines to the council. The council had come back and said that the markings had not faded enough to warrant remarking. However, after sending an image of the same markings to a traffic warden, he was told that the markings had faded to such an extent that any parking violations were unenforceable. Clearly, the current system is not working, and for that reason, I would encourage members to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Barker, followed by Councillor Frost.
I'm in support of this motion. Thank you, Chair. I have one of these cases in Cubitt Village. The markings are so eroded that, as again, you can't collect the enforcement notices if you were parking on them, and there's a danger to there's a danger to the public because you can't see people crossing the road on what's quite a busy high street. I'm not going to comment on the money. Why don't we get smarter? I think I'm a great believer in you measure what you measure, you improve. The case assist case that came back just acknowledged that the budget was stretched and that there was no update on when that would get delivered. That might not be the case, thanks for the top line statistics. But it would be wonderful if we could manage people's expectations and give them an idea of what the priority is and where they are in the queue. I just think that would go an awful long way to giving people confidence that are actually, with the additional funds that we've got, which are very welcome, then that we can get at least an insight into where they are in the delivery and know that we're being listened to. I think that's the most important thing, if that's fair comment.
Thank you. Councillor Frost, followed by Councillor Gibbon.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Councillor Ashton, if you think something's been slipped in to your lunch, I completely agree, because this motion doesn't ask for an increase in funding for roads when you highlighted that what we're doing isn't enough. Well, that's fine, but this motion isn't saying that. This motion isn't saying we need to put £2 million into the budget and this is where we think you need to get it from. This motion is asking us to continue work we're already doing, but in a less efficient way that creates more bureaucracy, more officer time, that, guess what, means less paint on the roads. We could just get on and do the work that needs to be done rather than go through all these endless reports that means people will not see the action that they desperately want to see. Just reject the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Gibbons. Councillor Gibbons, followed by Councillor German.
Thank you, Chairman. A lot's been said. I'm going to vote against this because it seems the papers show the Council is already running a risk-based programme. It's already increased investment significantly, and I'm not convinced this motion has anything deliverable beyond what's already in train. So I don't want to create extra reporting requirements that distract from getting the work done or create additional strain on the public purse. I will instead hold the administration to the programme they've set out and ask for progress updates through normal channels. But I will make a point of checking the condition of the markings on roads 4 years ago on Google Maps when I get back to my desk.
Thank you. Councillor German, followed by Councillor Marrington.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not known for making funnies, so that's my one for the year. Don't worry, there won't be any more. I have risen, though, because of the debate that's gone on, and part of that debate was around the budget element, and the Budget Development Overview and Scrutiny Committee was mentioned, and the reality is that that committee doesn't see the detail of the figures. Committee members won't have seen this budget rise because we don't get into that level of detail. The reality is that Cornwall councillors don't know where the millions are, let alone the £500. So as we go through a process of looking at how budget development is done, we need to really seriously think about how we allocate new money or money differently to our priorities, how we can transparently see that money is moving from one place to another, that we really understand what our base budgets are. That's one of our challenges for the future and something that we need to consider when we consider the future of Budget Development Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Marrington, followed by Councillor Webb.
Yeah, I was just going to repeat. I mean, I will be not voting for this motion because that's what I've seen. We've got the highway statistics and what we need to do, what we need to spend. And we talked when we came in about being a common sense approach. And I've really enjoyed talking to Councillor Rogerson about how parking enforcement works, how we work with communities about finding out where those areas are that have a community impact. There is a long list, so this is the reassurance bit that I think is important to say, that this is something that's going. We know that if we can enforce, we can make money. So I just wanted to get that bit across, that this is being done, that when I talk to the enforcement team, they know all those areas. And it is quite, you look at the areas which cannot be covered, and it is disappointing. But I think it just, for me, it puts this all in the context of, we've got 7,000 kilometres or whatever it is in Cornwall of roads. We never get enough money for the things we have to do, it seems. And that general, I think it says something in here about the I can't remember some figures, but about how we've got behind. to me, that's the same with everything. Our funding is never enough for what we want to do. And of course, the visible bit is when we walk outside our doors and we hit pavements and streets. Highways is what everybody sees. That's the first thing a resident sees, and that's what they think Cornwall Council is about. But this is in all our areas. So I just wanted to say I won't be supporting the motion, but I wanted to reassure you that what we're doing at the moment is working really hard to prioritise, and all those systems and the risk-based bit there where it's all the surfaces, potholes, everything together, is being done carefully and considered, and park enforcement are definitely there.
Thank you. Councillor Webb.
I won't be supporting this, but I do welcome the very woke view that we're going to be doing the yellow lines and finding more people.
Thank you. Now I've got nobody left, so we go to the proposer who has the right to reply before we put it to the vote. Councillor Johnson. What did you say?
Yeah, thanks for everyone's comments. I think that what people are missing here is the safety aspect and our legal requirement, our statutory requirement as a council. If someone gets injured, obviously insurance companies get involved. If they see damage or missing road markings, who's going to be paying the bill? Who's going to get the reputational risk? This current system clearly isn't working, because I reported missing yellow lines to Dan Rogerson 8 years ago. Last September. Well, it could well be at the moment. Last September, and they still haven't even been touched. Now, there were several near misses reported there. Several near misses. So that's the risk that we're putting ourselves at. They're not just road markings. These markings save people's lives. You talk about a budget of £225,000. I think Dan Rogerson needs to do his sums, because that translates as 8 years to clear up that backlog with just the issue we've got now. Is everyone happy that we're running those risks for 8 years on top of the actual new lines that are coming forward? That's just clearing up the backlog. This is the situation. If we don't vote on this today to do something, then what we're saying to our residents is we just don't care about your safety. Well, let's be honest about it. If we're happy to just say, oh, their lines, they're there for safety. Well, it's up to you to raise taxes or to balance the budgets. Well, so tell me this, how do you meet the legal requirement? How do you meet that legal requirement?
You're not debating with the Cabinet, you address the Council, please.
Yeah, so we've got a statutory requirement that we're not meeting. So how do we square that problem? Anyway, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In that case, now we're going to go to the vote for, abstain or against.
Couple more seconds, members. Vote closed.
And the motion's lost. So we now move on to 18.3, Mental Health and Wellbeing in Schools, proposer Councillor Ball, seconder Councillor Parsons. This is an advisory motion to the Cabinet or individual Cabinet member, and if approved today will not bind them but may inform their future decisions. I'll ask Councillor Ball to propose and Councillor Parsons to second the recommendation set out on page 151 of your agenda pack. Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Chair. I bring this motion to the Chamber after being contacted by hundreds of parents concerned about the young people in schools. Let me just give you how some of our young people are being treated. 3, 2, 1, focus is how it starts. And if a young person looks in the wrong direction or even out the window, they're given a name reminder. This is where their name is placed on a whiteboard at the front of the classroom. Not a big deal? Well, if the young person is sent, all they can do is focus on their name on the board. And because of this, and they're not focusing on the teacher, they are sent to what is called reflection, removal of education, where they sit at a computer screen doing a lesson which has nothing to do with the lesson that they have been removed from, with headphones on, and this is not how we should be treating our young people. Another example, do you know when your pen is about to run out? I don't. And if this happens to a young person, the same treatment as above. I'm sure you'll agree, handing out a pen is less disruptive to a young person than sending a young person to reflection. Toilet cards to allow young people to go to the toilet who have a medical condition are questioned by head teachers when medical evidence has been provided by GPs, costing parents £40 a time. I thought we wanted parents to teachers to teach. Young girls in class, when they're on their period, they have to put their hands up and announce to the teacher in the class that they have just come on their period or they have an issue with something. This is so damaging to young people's mental health. I've had a young man approach me. He has dyslexia. He explained to me that he got the number of a classroom confused, and so he was late to the classroom he was due at. He was sent to reflection. Schools are meant to be the best years of your life. I remember going to mine, and it was amazing. Our young people in 10, 20 years' time will not be able to say the same thing. We need to empower our young people to achieve all their goals. Everyone is a genius, but if you judge a goldfish on his ability to climb a tree, it will live his whole life believing that it's stupid, Einstein said. Our young people need to know that they can achieve anything, and we need to support their mental health and well-being. Please support this motion to improve the lives of young people in Cornwall. Thank you.
Thank you. Now ask Councillor Parsons to second the motion.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm prepared to second this motion. Suppression, oppression, and being crushed are words I now hear all too frequently from parents whose children attend multi-academy trusts in Cornwall. It's hard to believe that in some settings, this is how we are delivering secondary education to children in the 21st century. It is clear that something is fundamentally wrong. The system with the system. I do not believe that anyone is opposed to striving for strong discipline and good results. However, one would hope these aims could be achieved in a way that allows our children to grow and thrive and build confidence. As a society, we should not nurture only the select few. We should be encouraging everyone to come along with us, ensuring that no child is left behind. Having attended meetings and spoken to numerous parents, it has been deeply sobering to hear the individual stories and experiences. It very much feels as though our SEND children are bearing the brunt of these disciplinarian regimes. We hear of thousands of suspensions, of children being removed from lessons and placed in reflection rooms for hours on end. We hear of increasing numbers of children who can no longer cope and are leaving to be homeschooled. Never before have I known so many being educated at home. Not out of genuine choice, but because parents feel they have no alternative. Others are distressed because they are unable to make that choice due to work commitments, financial constraints, or lack of transport to alternative schools. I cannot help but feel that we are now facing a profound crisis in our education system. Increasingly, it seems that academisation has become more focused on profits. There appears to be an overriding drive for results at any cost, sometimes at the expense of those who don't quite fit the mould. The approach is failing not only our children, but also our teachers. It's contributing to serious challenges in recruitment and retention. Is it any wonder that we are hearing so many accounts of teachers becoming disillusioned and reaching breaking point? What is undeniable is that the number of distressed children we are seeing clearly demonstrates that something is wrong. For too long, I feel many have known what is going on, but it has been too easy to say that it is not our problem and that academies are not accountable to us. Well, I'm afraid we have reached a point where that simply isn't good enough. These barriers must be broken down and meaningful dialogue should take place.
30 seconds.
As a local authority, it is time we stand up and take the lead, ensuring proper scrutiny is carried out on the impact that behaviour policies are having on the mental health and well-being of our children. Academies must be accountable for their actions so we can move forward to a better place and a more inclusive educational system for all. So I'd encourage everyone to please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll raise your hands if you'd like to speak. Sorry. Don't shout names at me. Let's see, I've got Councillor Frank, Moore, Gow, Thomas, Dennis. Sorry, Councillor Dennis, Gow. Who's that? Mike Thomas, Councillor Tudor, O'Connor, Musto, Ashton and Barker. Have I missed anyone? Marrington. I missed anybody else out? Surely when we upgraded things here, we could have just upgraded a little button and the names would have come up, same as they do on our teams. It would be so much easier. Anyway, Councillor Frank.
Miraz. I want to begin by thanking the families who have spoken to councillors about their experiences, as well as thanking the councillors who have brought this motion forward. I know that for some, these issues are deeply personal and emotionally difficult. At the same time, I want to pay tribute to the huge amount of work being carried out by school staff and governing bodies across Cornwall. Teachers, support staff and school leaders are supporting children with increasingly complex needs within a very challenging national system, and many go above and beyond every day to help children feel safe, supported and able to succeed. I think all of us recognise that there are growing concerns locally and nationally around children's mental health, emotional well-being, inclusion and attendance. And that's why I believe it is so important that we take time to listen carefully and understand properly what children and families are telling us what they are experiencing. So for me, this motion with the creation of the Cabinet Advisory Group is about creating space for constructive dialogue, hearing lived experiences and looking really carefully at the evidence. There may well be examples of practice that need challenge and improvement. There will also be examples of good practice that we can share more widely. Cornwall Council is already investing significant resource into mental health services, prevention and early support through services like Head Start Kerno and school nursing, alongside wider work through Together for Families and Send Reform. We're also working with schools and partners to strengthen inclusive practice, improve attendance, reduce suspensions and support children at risk of disengagement. But as portfolio holder, I want to give you my personal commitment that the advisory group will be approached seriously, thoughtfully, and with a genuine willingness to listen to children, to families, to schools, professionals, counsellors. And I really want this to be a process that builds understanding, helps us support better outcomes for children and young people in Cornwall, and also contributes constructively to the wider national conversation around children's experiences within education. Because every child deserves an education system that sees them, supports them, and believes in them. Please support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Moore, then Councillor Dennis.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, thank you to Councillor Ball for bringing this motion forward and all the work you've done around it, and also to Ben Maguire for his engagement with the Department for Education. Safeguarding is everyone's responsibility. As a teacher myself, I can confidently say that many teachers across Cornwall are working tirelessly to support children in extremely difficult circumstances. We all know there are excellent schools across Cornwall achieving strong results where pupils enjoy attending, feel supported, and are motivated to learn. That shows us that children do not need to feel distressed or emotionally unsafe in any way to get results. Safeguarding is not only about protecting children from physical harm, but it is also about creating environments where children feel emotionally safe, listened to, respected, and able to thrive. It's irrelevant if I think my own children would excel in a certain school or not. I was elected to represent everyone, not my own personal interests, and therefore I appreciate every child deserves to be happy in school. Every child deserves to feel safe while learning, and we should never accept the idea that distress, fear, or emotional harm is simply the price of educational success. I really welcome the reference within this motion to Article 12 of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, and so will our Youth Council, who has rightly requested that all our decisions are measured against this since we officially adopted it. Children have the right to express their views and have those views taken seriously. If young people across children are telling us they are struggling, then as adults and elected members, we have a duty to listen. This motion simply asks us to investigate concerns properly, engage with schools, understand the impact policies may be having, and then work with the Department for Education to address any issues identified. Surely no one in this chamber could oppose trying to improve the mental health, emotional well-being and happiness of Cornwall's youth. I will be supporting this motion, as safeguarding is everyone's responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dennis, followed by Councillor Gow. Councillor Dennis.
Thank you, Chair. Across Cornwall today, too many young people are struggling with anxiety, struggling with isolation, struggling with the relentless pressures that modern education and modern life can place upon them. And we know this because they have told us. Families have told us, teachers have told us, and perhaps most importantly of all, pupils themselves have told us. They are telling us that, too often, the system is not fully meeting their emotional and mental health needs. And, in some cases, school behaviour policies, however well-intentioned, may actually be adding to those pressures, rather than helping to relieve them. Now, let me be clear. To me, this motion is not about blame. It's not about attacking schools. It's not about criticising teachers. And it's not about undermining discipline or standards. This motion is about listening. Listening carefully, listening compassionately, and responding responsibly. Because if young people are telling us they are struggling, then surely it is our duty as councillors to hear them. Cornwall has always been a county that cares deeply for its communities. We pride ourselves on looking after one another, on protecting the vulnerable, on standing beside families when they need support. And our young people deserve nothing less. They deserve schools that help them to thrive academically, yes, but emotionally as well. They deserve environments where expectations are high, but support is higher still. So through this motion, we are asking Cabinet to act, to gather evidence, to engage with schools, families, mental health professionals, and young people themselves.
30 seconds.
And then to take those findings directly to the Secretary of State, so that the experiences and challenges faced here in Cornwall are recognised nationally and addressed nationally. Because the well-being of our children is not a political issue, it is a human issue, and it is our responsibility. Chair, I commend this motion to Council.
Thank you. Councillor Gow, followed by Councillor Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I'm supporting this motion today because it speaks to something that we all see on our doorstep, on our inboxes, and in our casework: the growing pressure of the mental health and well-being of our young people and children. What's powerful about this motion, besides all the anecdotal evidence that we've seen, is that it's backed by the voices of 13,000 children and young people who responded to the Right On survey. Those voices tell a clear story. First, mental well-being is declining with age. Only 60% of primary pupils say they feel happy with their lives. This drops to 53% in secondary school and 51% at 16+. At the same time, pressures from schoolwork, exams, and expectations remain constant and among the biggest worries across all age groups. Second, many young people are struggling to feel heard. In our secondary schools, fewer than half feel their school takes their views seriously, and only around a quarter say their voice is genuinely listened to. Third, we can see the consequences of that pressure playing out in behaviour and coping. Young people themselves tell us that when they're worried, they sometimes struggle to sleep, withdraw socially, or try to deal with problems alone. We also know that coping with stress and worry is a key reason why young people turn to smoking or vaping. And crucially, these challenges are not experienced equally. Young carers, children with SEND, and those in care are consistently less likely to feel happy, safe, or included, and more likely to experience negative outcomes. So when this motion talks about school policies and behaviour approaches, it's right to ask the question, are we getting the balance right between discipline and well-being? Because for some young people, the evidence suggests the system is not working as it should. I recently attended a meeting of the Cornwall Council, which Councillor Moore previously referred to. I was amazed. These young councillors were thoughtful, articulate, and deeply engaged in the issues affecting their lives. But I left with a real concern. Only 5 Cornwall councillors attended that meeting. Now, I do appreciate we're busy people, we do have a lot of other things to deal with, and I do recognise that other councillors did want to attend that meeting but couldn't for that reason, for other reasons. But the point still stands. If we're serious about giving young people a voice, then we as members need to show up and listen to their concerns directly. So alongside this motion, I want to add a simple ask, and I hope Councillor Ball agree with me here.
30 seconds.
Please attend one of these youth council meetings. You'll be blown away by what these young people are saying to us. Listen directly to them and hear those perspectives firsthand. Because if we're not in the room, we cannot truly say that we're listening. All of this aligns directly with Article 12 of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child and the rights for young people to be heard on matters affecting them. Ultimately, it's ensuring our schools are not just places of academic achievement, but environments so children feel safe, supported, and able to thrive. Therefore, I'm happy, more than happy, to support this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thomas, then Councillor Tudor.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations on your elevation. I have a minor amendment I'd like to make. I fully support this motion. I think it's absolutely brilliant. I wish I'd put my name down to support it at the time. My minor amendment would be from the line it says well-being in primary and secondary schools and colleges in Cornwall. And I've sent that to Anita on the return from the previous send. I think this is something, as a former secondary school teacher of 35 years, although that was 10, 12 years ago, my experience of mental health of young people was that the service that CAMS, Childhood, Adolescence and Mental Health Service, brought to our school was absolutely superb. And we're in a situation that this motion really covers a whole range of issues. And in my experience as a teacher, it wasn't necessarily the behaviour or issues in the classroom where the issues began. That was a much bigger issue in terms of that young person's help. And in this modern age in which we live, in which young people have access to social media and also the temptations of alcohol and drugs, there is certainly the issue of much broader issues to consider. I also think the point raised by Councillor Parsons earlier, the way in which multi-academy trusts work, many of which are very successful, there is no requirement for them to have local leaders taking part in their governance. The parents are expected to be there, but when I was a school teacher, as many people may recall, the local authority governor was somebody who had a lot to offer and provided a connection between that institution and the local authority, where are, as Councillor Frank will I'm sure agree, many amazing officers working within school improvement. And that loss of connection between local authority and primary and secondary schools is now showing itself. And that's where I think, as a council, we can also show that we think that in any review, there should be a requirement that local authorities are available to set, not necessarily one of us, I'm sure many people would love to be governors in their local school, but we could certainly have locally appointed governors using that wonderful phrase, independent people, which you mentioned earlier.
30 seconds.
Thank you, Anita. And so on that basis, I'm more than happy to support this, and I look forward to hearing the debate continue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for your amendment?
I did discuss this with the proposer, so I'm not sure whether it's not...
I'll go to them next then. Councillor Ball?
Yeah, we're more than happy to take that amendment.
Lovely, thank you very much. Councillor Parsons, are you happy too?
Yes, I'm happy.
Thank you very much. So we'll accept the amendment, and then we move on to Councillor Tudor, followed by Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you. Well, I really hope my freedom of speech motion is supported after I say what I'm about to say. So I'm speaking on the motion as a Cornwall councillor, as a councillor with an S, therapist, working with school children, and as a mother of 2 daughters, currently at university, so have gone through the school years not that long ago. There is a mental health crisis in young people, and Councillor Frank was right when she said that the reasons for the mental health crisis are complex. The motion itself says that it's believed that the rules being implemented in some schools are causing high rates of suspensions and then leading to devastating effect on young people's mental health. I do not believe that to be the case. There is no evidence that firm behaviour policies in themselves are the primary cause for poor mental health. Indeed, many child psychologists argue that clear boundaries, routines, and consistent expectations provide children with security, predictability, and resilience. Rising anxiety and depression among young people are more likely to be linked to factors such as excessive smartphone use, social media exposure, sleep deprivation, and reduced independence, rather than school discipline policies alone. Suspension and exclusion figures are more likely to reflect wider social, behavioural attendance challenges, rather than disciplinary systems being inherently harmful. Correlation does not prove causation. And that was quite an emotive speech, that James gave earlier. But please remember that what children are telling their parents is why they've been sent to detention might not always be correct. What do myself and my therapist colleagues see when we work with children? We see sleep deprivation because the kids are on their iPhones all night. We do see family instability, poor diet, lack of exercise, and lack of boundaries and rules at home. I know that's hard for parents to stomach, that maybe they should be looking for solutions closer to homes. And I'm not saying families don't need help, and I would like to see the council doing more to help families and children. I just don't think it's the help that they think they need.
30 seconds.
I think in trying to help, that my colleague Councillor Ball has unintentionally actually exacerbated the problem. While young people are hearing the adults around them complaining about school rules, they're not being given the opportunity to feel that they're part of an academy or community or school family that they can be part of and enthusiastic about. And that's what we should be moving towards together. I do not believe that a council-led advisory group operating with an agenda...
Thank you, Councillor Tudor. I have to stop you there.
Okay, that's why I'm afraid I cannot vote for this motion.
Mr. Chairman, thank you to Councillor Ball for bringing this motion, and to all the members that have been involved in this, including Councillor Knight, Dennis, Desmond, and also Ben Maguire, who have stood alongside families raising concerns about the well-being of vulnerable children in our schools. I speak today not simply as a councillor, but as someone speaking for families across Cornwall who feel exhausted, frightened, unheard, and in some cases broken by a system that too often treats vulnerable children as problems to be managed rather than children to be understood. My family and I know exactly how this feels. The uphill battles, the exhaustion, the feeling of wondering, is it us? Are we simply bad parents? You're not alone. Behind every suspension, absence figure, safeguarding referral, and school refusal statistic, there is a child, a real child. A child who may be already living with autism, ADHD, trauma, anxiety, attachment difficulties, or SEND needs that the system struggles to accommodate. There are parents tonight wondering how they're going to get their child through tomorrow morning. Some are physically carrying children into cars because they are terrified of school. Some are sitting outside school gates with children in complete emotional shutdown. And many teaching staff, good people trying to do their absolute best, are themselves overwhelmed by systems increasingly driven by targets, rigid behavioural cultures, and crisis management rather than compassion and understanding. The key point here is this: we cannot continue pretending that rising emotional distress among children is disconnected from the environments we place them in every single day. Because families, teachers, support workers, and children themselves are telling us otherwise. This motion does not attack schools, it does not attack teachers, it asks something profoundly reasonable: that we listen, that we investigate, and that we have the courage to examine whether parts of the current system are unintentionally harming the very children we are supposed to protect. Some children are not failing the system is failing them so completely that they no longer feel safe enough to walk through the school gates. Because sometimes behaviour is not defiance, sometimes behaviour is distress, sometimes
30
behaviour
seconds.
is trauma, and sometimes the system is hearing disruption where it should instead be hearing a cry for help. And to every SEND family fighting daily battles behind closed doors, please know this: some of us are listening. At a meeting just weeks ago, I stood before families and said, we hear you. As your elected representatives, stand shoulder to shoulder with you. And today, that is exactly what this motion represents: a coming together of councillors, officers and MPs willing to put aside...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Connor. Thank you. Councillor Mustoe, followed by Councillor Ashton. Councillor Mustoe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And as those of you who were in the last council know, this is something that's very close to my heart as a SEND parent myself. And I was grateful to speak to Councillor Ball and Councillor Frank ahead of this, just to understand the parameters of the motion, and because I was concerned that perhaps it might have not... parents' expectations may not have been managed around how much actual say the council has over academy trusts, and I've been reassured that this is the right way of doing it, so I'm grateful for that. As a new councillor 12 years ago, I came in thinking that the council still had control over all of the schools, and it's very clear that this isn't the case, and I've worked collaboratively with the academies in my division to work closely with them, work positively with them, and that's a relationship I continue to have to this day. As a parent of a SEND child, I'm completely cognizant of the issues that SEND children can have with academy trusts. I won't name any names. I think yours call them reflection, mine calls them reset. But it's the same thing, and I'm, regardless of my relationship with the Academy Trust that my children have been to in the past, I completely agree with Councillor Ball that removing a child from education is completely the wrong way to go about assisting them. The majority of SEND children who are put in that position, and as well as the impact on SEND children that Councillor Ball and others have very candidly spoken about here. There's also an impact on the children, the parents of these SEND children. There's a thing that an app that we all have called Class Charts, which sends us a notification every time the child gets a negative point or a detention, and that's something that I've looked today. It sat in this meeting, and whenever this thing comes through, ping, your child's got a detention, your child's got a thing, and it actually is doing it to me now. It brings anxiety out in me as a parent. As a parent, I've been privileged to be able to work in the position that I work in this council, and to be able to know what I know, and to have negotiated and to navigated a position where my child is in a happy place now in his educational setting.
30 seconds.
Thank you, Anita. That's taken years of navigation and knowing how to do that. And I've always said that if myself and my wife working as we do and having the knowledge of this system have struggled to get there, to understand it and to be able to get our child into a happy place, then how does Johnny Public on the street, who doesn't work in the place we're privileged to work in, how do they navigate through their sometimes chaotic lives and other things like that? So I'm fully supportive of Councillor Ball's motion.
Thank you, Councillor Mustoe.
Thank
you. Got you there, thank you. Councillor Ashton, followed by Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. Just to start by saying I fully endorse, support Councillor Frank's opening statement entirely. I am going to be voting for this motion. However, there are a couple of points I wish to make. I also feel that the comments have been made about, particularly from Councillor Tudor, she's absolutely right. And I think in terms of the terms of reference that will come from the Cabinet, I think it does need to be accepted that there is a multi-layered approach to this whole issue. The use of social media, family issues, it's very multi-layered, and therefore that needs to be brought into the terms of reference clearly. I also want to just say and reinforce what you said about the current staff in those schools. I'm sure there's a lot of good work going on in those schools, and it must be quite exasperating for staff to hear the news constantly that's being portrayed, their place of work in this light. And so we just want to sympathise with how they feel and say, please continue to do the work that you do, and no doubt this will be sorted out in due time. There is one thing, though, I think, coming back to the terms of reference, I think that needs to be much tighter, and if this could be clearly focused in on the immediate school and what the school is finding in terms of the evidence that comes forward through families and the children themselves, but also then may hint to the other things in society. If we don't have that sort of very clear focus, we're going to find that the report is going to have lots of tangential issues, and I think probably it's going to take the next 10 years to be produced. So I am supporting it, even though I have one or two issues with the way it's worded. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And Councillor Barker, followed by Councillor Marrington.
Speaking in support of this, how could you not? The emotions that run across are obviously very sensitive with families. The Cabinet Advisory Group seems sensible, and to be able to share that with the Secretary of State means that hopefully we can get feedback from them as well and enrich our findings. I think for me, having worked on the fringes of some of the most broken children in our society, and also led a young people's business focused on young people, I do feel that the solutions are with the professionals. And I'd like to trust that whatever our findings are, we empower the staff in schools to deliver the outcomes, the complex outcomes that we need, because it's only the professionals that really are going to be delivering those outcomes for us. And sitting in the chamber as we do, we're so far removed from those problems, we can't develop policy that's going to fit everyone. That's really my only comment, and we just trust in the process, but it's a big thumbs up from me. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Marrington.
Thank you. As Cabinet Member for Public Health and Community Safety, I'm really pleased to support this or anything that raises awareness about and gets people more involved, looking at the issues around mental health and well-being. Also, as a mum with children, one who fits the system and one maybe less so, who's different, I know how children can so quickly label themselves as failures, when actually they may not just fit those very rigid school systems. You look at comedians, you look at dancers like Darcy Bustle, hear their stories, how they didn't fit. We should be trying to ensure that all children in our schools are able to thrive. The mental health and well-being of our children must be one of our highest priorities, and not 1, 2, but 3 Cabinet members have already drawn out this issue as a key priority, wanting to do more and have concerns around the issue that impacts so many residents in Cornwall. Councillor Frank this morning mentioned the pandemic and the impacts there on mental health. We have issues around smartphones too. There's so much pressure on young people, a perfect storm in a sense, and it's of paramount importance that we do what we can to support children and young people in this sometimes difficult space. Schools are places of learning, but they're also about far more than academic achievement. They're places where children develop confidence, resilience and emotional skills they need to navigate not just the tests they sit in schools, but the many tests that life will inevitably present. Families and communities play a vital role in supporting young people, but schools are central to helping children feel safe, supported and able to thrive. But we have different systems in schools now. Many are multi-academy trusts and not under local authority control, and we cannot, of course, direct academy trusts, for example, to take specific actions. They're accountable to the Secretary of State. However, it doesn't mean we're powerless. And Cornwall Council retains an overarching legal duty for safeguarding welfare of all our children and young people in our area, regardless of the type of school they attend. And where we have concerns about mental health, well-being or safeguarding, we have both a statutory responsibility and a moral duty to act, raise those concerns and use every lever available to us to advocate for children and young people. There are important mechanisms too within the Council to maintain a strong focus. Through our Together for Families Committee, our Health OSC, there are real opportunities to examine how effectively safeguarding responsibilities are being discharged and to ensure that the mental health and well-being of our young people remains at the forefront of our work. I know there'll be a mental health summit before the end of the year too, but whatever the operational constraints, we have an important leadership role to play here. I know that Councillor Frank will do all she can. I'd like to help however I can from a public health perspective, and I hope people can hear that commitment today. We should do everything to ensure within our powers to ensure that safeguarding remains paramount, to promote best practice across all schools and champion the mental health and well-being of every child and young person in Cornwall. And I'm happy to support.
Thank you. Councillor McKenna.
Chair, thank you. I will be supporting this motion because I agree with virtually all of it. But what I'd like in terms of the review which will be undertaken is the participation of the Director of Public Health, because he, together with Councillor Marrington and Councillor Frank, myself, are trying to pull together spending on mental health issues for younger people as well as older people within the council. So can I be assured by Councillor Ball that that will be the case? Thank you. Was that brief enough, Mr. Chair?
That was splendidly brief. Everyone should take that example. I will now go back to the proposer, who has the right to reply before it's put to the vote. So, Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors, for all your comments. Councillor Moore, Councillor Gow and Councillor Thomas, you're 100% right in your comments. We need to be including all the children in all the schools, colleges, so that we're listening to them, because their voice is powerful and we need to take their views on board. Safeguarding is all our responsibility. Councillor Tudor brings up that there's no evidence to say that the rules that are in place that have an effect on young people's mental health. Well, that's exactly what this motion is hopefully going to do. Let's set up the advisory committee, work with the schools and with the trusts, and actually find out what the problem is within the schools. So support it that way so that we can find out. Councillor Mustoe, 100% right with what's going on. It's a ripple effect, what happens with what's going on in the schools. The phone goes off and you don't know if that's a detention, a suspension, an expulsion that's coming through, and the anxiety from that is parents that are working or here, they're all of a sudden they have to finish work and have to rush home to try and address their children. Councillor Ashton, 100% right, we need to make sure it's clear and concise, the work that we'll be doing, and I would hope that we'll be doing that 100% behind there. So please, councillors, support this motion, because we are talking about young people's mental health and well-being here. It's not political, it's about the young people. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I go to the vote, I have to remind you that of the amendment that in section 1 there, where it says well-being in our schools, it now says well-being in primary and secondary schools and colleges in Cornwall, and that was accepted by the proposer and seconder. So we'll go to the vote now. If you vote for, against or abstain.
Ooh. Couple more seconds, members. Vote closed.
And that's passed fairly emphatically there, I think. Thank you. We now move on to agenda number 18.4, protecting freedom of expression and fair process within Cornwall Council. Within Cornwall Council. Proposer Councillor Tarrant, seconder Councillor Tudor. In accordance with Article 25.3, interpretation of the Constitution, I confirm that this motion shall be treated as an advisory motion to the Standards Committee. We'll still have the debate, so I will therefore ask Councillor Tarrant to propose and Councillor Tudor to second the recommendation set out on page 159 of your agenda pack. Councillor Tarrant.
Thank you, Chair. This motion for protection of freedom of expression and fair process seeks the commitment of Cornwall Council to uphold the traditions of the right to debate without fear of sanctions, enshrined in the 1689 Bill of Rights and the UK Human Rights Act 1998 Schedule 1 and Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights, which protects your right to hold your own opinions and express them freely without government interference, and includes the right to express those views aloud. Tolerance of opposing views is the cornerstone of our precious democracy. As the philosopher Voltaire said, I may disapprove of what you say, but I will absolutely defend your right to say it. The increasing use of the Councillor Code of Conduct is an example of this, and can be a mechanism to suppress the legitimate expression of legally held views. Recent cases have demonstrated that the process of investigation, even when resulting in exoneration, can in itself serve as the punishment, which may lead to the discouragement of debate, inhibiting free speech. Examples of the increasing infringement on freedom of speech is everywhere, from Clause 20 of the Employment Rights Bill, which the ECHR called challenging, and the Free Speech Union referred to as the banter police, as it makes businesses liable for perceived offensive comments overheard by staff, to non-crime hate incidents, which are not crimes but affect employment. Prominent thinkers have noted that feeling offended is an occupational hazard of living in a diverse and open society. The political philosopher John Stuart Mill recognises the value of offensive or incorrect opinions, as once out in the open, they can be challenged. The Public Order Act 1986, Section 5, protects against threatening, abusive or insulting behaviour, whilst at the same time accepting that society should leave disputed views to open debate. Ultimately, organisations like the Free Speech Union caution against mission creep when it comes to the suppression of freedom of expression. Among the concerns addressed in this motion is, does the Code of Conduct discourage or penalise lawful political expression by politically motivated, vexatious or trivial complaints? And within that, it seeks an urgent review of the complaints handling procedure.
30 seconds.
Along with the protection to debate lawful political views without sanctions, even those perceived by some as controversial. Moreover, it resolves that no councillor should be required to endorse political ideology as a condition of training. The ultimate aim of this motion is to protect the ability of elected representatives to speak freely on public interest matters. I urge all councillors to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tudor.
Thank you. In the 9 years I've served on this council, I've proposed, seconded, supported many motions, but I genuinely believe that this is the most important formal request for a decision that I will ever bring to this chamber, or rather it would have been, because, Chair, as you know, the original intention of this motion was to enable members to be able to vote to protect our free speech today. Instead, it has been downgraded to an advisory motion, meaning that if supported, it returns to the Standard Committee, which was not the original intent. Over the last 2 decades, political discourse has become increasingly polarised. National culture war politics now spills directly into local government. And as a result, standards complaints, social media controversies and reputational attacks have all increased. Some councils are now strengthening explicit protections for free political speech, and that's exactly what Councillor Tarrant and I are proposing today. If we're honest with ourselves, who among us has not at times felt a degree of satisfaction when a political opponent comes under criticism? But when we sit back and allow colleagues to be dragged through the lengthy public complaints process that in itself becomes the punishment, then we become complicit in that injustice. If anyone believes the Council's current procedures adequately protect against disproportionate investigations, then I'm a living, breathing example of evidence that they do not. My case was ultimately concluded that my protected political speech was lawful, yet I was subjected to a lengthy investigation that could and should have been avoided through a stronger early stage Article 10 assessment. The process was disproportionate, and so was the cost to the taxpayer. I want to make sure that what happened to me does not happen to any other democratically elected councillor. The motion doesn't weaken standards, it actually strengthens them. It fully protects against incitement and hatred while aligning with the existing law and council policy. It seeks action, not delay. Councillor Tarrant and I are not saying the Standards Committee is doing nothing. We are saying the safeguards are not robust enough at the early stages, leading to unnecessary investigations, reputational damage, chilling effects on democratic speech and avoidable public expense. Colleagues, please put party politics aside, resist the temptation to score political points with amendments.
Sorry, Darcy, 10 seconds to go.
That might potentially dilute your rights. I will follow this matter to the Standards Committee and make sure that your vote counts. Please vote to protect the freedom of speech for elected members. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to put, raise your hands if you wish to speak or ask a question. Jenkins. Connor. Some over there. Creek. German. Got you. Line. Yeah. McKenna. Yeah. Okay, I've got Councillors Jenkins, O'Connor, Barker, Yelland, McKenna, Creek and Line. Did I miss anybody? Marrington. And Alvey. Pete Mitchell. Okay. Councillor Jenkins, followed by O'Connor.
Miraz Kadaria. As Chair of Standards Committee, I feel that this is really a non-motion. We all are subject to the laws of the land. We're all subject to Article 10 of the European Convention of Human Rights. We're all subject to equality and diversity legislation. That exists, and that is part of what we do as councillors in our everyday life. The motion notes that there will be a mandatory national code coming in. What the motion doesn't note is that there is a procedure for looking at the Code of Conduct procedures, and that procedure is within the Standards Committee. It's a regular review. As explained earlier, it's not just councillors but independent people who are involved in that process, including legal representations. So what is being asked for is essentially what happens already. Anything that suggests that it is not shows a lack of understanding of the Code of Conduct process. Code of Conduct process is not a political process. It's a quasi-judicial process. Every individual is treated the same, whether a parish councillor or a Cornwall councillor. And if we were to go down the route of looking at some councillors as having more rights than other councillors, that would be extremely wrong. The bit that I have a particular issue with, obviously have no issues with mandatory national code coming in, freedom of expression is a fundamental human right, all those things exist already. Equality Act, that we can engage in lawful, robust and even controversial debate. No issues with that, and I don't think within this council there has ever been any issues with that. However, it is not the role of this council to decide the procedures that are undertaken to ensure that has been delegated to the Standards Committee as a non-political body to make those decisions. So I would urge colleagues to recognise the wish behind this to actually ensure that those procedures are in place. And if anyone wishes to come to the Standards Working Party and Standards Committee when this is considered, then they're open public meetings. But I would urge you not to vote for this motion, because I just feel it's muddying the waters in relation to responsibilities.
Thank you, Councillor Jenkins. Councillor O'Connor, then Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At its heart, this is about something far bigger than a procedure. It's about the principle that free speech, lawful, peaceful, democratic free speech, is one of the foundations on which our entire democratic system rests. The ability to disagree openly, the ability to challenge authority, the ability to express unpopular opinions, the ability to debate difficult issues without fear. Those freedoms are not optional extras in a democracy. Without them, democracy itself slowly begins to fail. Across the Western democratic tradition, free expression has always underpinned peaceful political debate. It's how societies resolve disagreements without coercion. It's about how bad ideas are challenged. It's how public policy improves. And it's how ordinary people hold institutions, including ours, to account. That matters enormously in local government. Residents do not elect us simply to agree with one another. They elect us to speak up on their behalf, to scrutinise decisions, to challenge proposals, and sometimes to say things that may be uncomfortable for those in authority. Democracy was never meant to be silent, comfortable, or risk-free, and it should never be discouraged from robust democratic debate. Now, of course, freedom of speech is not freedom to abuse people. It's not the freedom to harass. It's not the freedom to discriminate. Nobody in this chamber is arguing otherwise. But there is an important difference between genuinely acceptable conduct and lawful political expression that others may simply disagree with. And if democratic institutions become uncomfortable with disagreement itself, then we could begin to weaken the very culture that democracy depends upon. This motion, in my view, is trying to reinforce a simple but important principle, that lawful democratic expression should be protected, that fairness matters, and that robust debate is not something to be feared in a democratic society. In fact, robust but peaceful disagreement is often a sign that democracy is functioning exactly as it should. Residents will rightly expect this chamber to remain a place where difficult conversations can still happen openly, where differing opinions can still be heard, and where people are free to speak honestly, provided they remain within the law. Because democracy cannot function properly if people become afraid to speak. And history shows us very clearly that societies become healthier, stronger, and more stable when the debate is open, not when it's suppressed. This is the principle this motion seeks to defend, and that's why I support it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barker, followed by Councillor Yelland.
Okay. What does Article 10 actually mean? I worry about the definitions, hate speech, for example, and the meanings we attach to them. I'd never experienced being hated until I entered politics and took this job on. As leaders, we have the responsibility to understand the difference and abide by the law. Article 10 is clear. Political expression enjoys the highest level of protection in a democratic society. It protects speech that may offend, shock, disturb, but of itself is not hateful. For example, immigration policy, the need to couture and curtail, multiculturalism, the essence of Britishness, and sex-based rights calling out biological sex and the obvious differences. These are all valid discussions under Article 10. What it does not protect is hate speech, as set out in the Equalities Act. Threats, hostility or harassment directed at someone because of race, religion, sex, disability or sexual orientation. Not an exhaustive list, and as usual, I invite you to guess which apply to myself. So I fully understand what it's like to feel hostility relating to protected characteristics. That demarcation is essential. I have an amendment, and the amendment is really about the definition of hate speech. The amendment simply restores that clarity, ensures that councillors can speak freely, challenge each other and disagree robustly without fear that the standard process will be used as a weapon, and ensures that genuine hate speech or discriminatory behaviour remains fully prohibited, as it should be. And I can just read the amendment out if that's okay. For the purpose of this motion, hate speech shall be understood as expression, whether spoken, written or otherwise communicated, which is directed against an individual or group on the basis of a protected characteristic, including those set out in the Equalities Act 2010, and which is intended or reasonably likely to incite hatred, discrimination or hostility, or to undermine the dignity and safety of those individual or groups. I generally feel that the motion speaks to freedom of speech, but also must point to a reasonable definition that people understand, not in a set of legislation that you may never read, but a definition that we would use every day, and that would be my proposed change if Councillor Tarrant would accept that.
Well, firstly, Councillor Tarrant, do you accept that? In that case, no.
Sorry, that was quite long. Can you just put that into...
In that case, what I propose is that we adjourn for 5 minutes.
I've pinged it out to the
this is pinged, is sent, and you can have a discussion.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Just a 5-minute adjournment, and you can decide whether you accept it.
And seconded by Jack Yellen.
Thank you. So 5 minutes, so what is it? 20 past, back in here at 25 past, please. Right, thank you, members. We're back online again now. So if you could take your seats, and I'll go back to Councillor Barker. Councillor Barker, what do you want to do?
On an advisory, I think it's probably fair comment that the addition is included within the legislation that's already in the motion. In my defence, I just think the definition of hate, which applies to us potentially on a regular basis, is really important. And I urge all councillors to fully understand the difference between section the Qualities Act and Article 1210. Sorry, and that for the people that we represent, the word hate is a huge word and should not be applied. Should not be applied too readily. That's all. But happy to withdraw.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that takes on to Councillor Yelland, followed by Councillor McKenna.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's worth saying at the outset that Reform has been very clear on this and fully supports the principle behind the motion. And until recently, this was obviously going to be brought forward from within our own group, so we are certainly still behind it in full. Although we had some initial concerns about the legality of the motion as it had been drafted, those concerns have since been addressed following discussions with council officers, and I remain a formal supporter of the motion. However, I would like to propose an amendment, and I'm sure the Chair will be pleased to hear that it has been pre-agreed with the proposer and seconder to revise the wording around the terms politically motivated, vexatious and trivial due to concerns about their ambiguity and how any thresholds would be applied in practice. My aim is to make it clearer how complaints should be assessed and which ones can be filtered out at an early stage, while still ensuring that genuine and evidenced allegations are properly considered under the Code. So, to be clear, I'm proposing that where the words politically motivated, vexatious and trivial complaints are used, that we replace them with complaints lacking a reasonable prospect of establishing a breach of the Code, including those unsupported by evidence or which appear to constitute a misuse or weaponisation of the complaints process. So that would apply to recommendations 6A and 7C, ensuring a clear and more objective test is used throughout. My hope is that those amendments can give colleagues greater confidence in supporting the motion. Thank you.
And you have a seconder for that? Councillor Barker. And Councillor Tarrant, are you accepting that?
Well, the agreement was it was going to be added to the vexatious, not instead. So as long as it's added, yes, I accept that.
Yeah, sorry, that's my bad. I need to rephrase that slightly. Yes, so in addition, so it would be now complaints. I'll send it across to Newton Paul. Would that be easier? And
Councillor Tudor, you're happy to accept that? Thank you.
Sorry, I said I was happy to accept that those words should be added, but not replace anything else.
Thank you. Councillor McKenna, followed by Councillor Creek.
Chair, thank you. I'm an unnamed sponsor of the motion, as it were, but I will be voting for it, and I welcome the fact that it's come forward, and even though it has to go back to standards for consideration, we are having a proper debate about it. So I think that will improve members' wider knowledge of what's at stake here. Now, from my perspective, I think most members are aware that we don't currently have the same levels of protection as officers within the council. We're not classed as employees, and I think this is something which potentially will improve that situation. And so that's one of the reasons I'm supporting it. I also went through, as of a large number, an increasing number of members, standards sort of complaint which went on and on and on for several months, and I had tremendous support from officers at that point. But what I just wanted to say is anything which improves freedom of speech, improves members' knowledge of the standards process, and allows people to express themselves strongly without being taken, stopped or prevented or whatever, from my perspective works. So I definitely will be supporting this, and I welcome it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Creek, followed by Councillor Lyne.
Thanks, Chair. So this motion calls for protections that the Council's own monitoring officer, it appears, has confirmed already exist within our current framework. Vexatious complaints are already filtered, as I understand. Article 10 is already addressed in writing. The existing procedures are already ECHR compatible. So the question I would put to the proposers is simply, if all of this exists, what problems does this motion solve? So I want to flag clause 8 specifically, which resolves that no councillor shall be required to endorse any ideological position as a condition of training. This council has a statutory duty under the Equality Act. Training that supports that duty is not ideology. It is a legal compliance. This clause would allow councillors to treat it as optional, and I can't support that. I'm conscious that this motion has been brought in a particular context, and that context has been referenced in today's meeting, as it often is. I will not dwell on that, except to say that some of our most vulnerable people in our communities are affected by the language used in public life, and elected representatives carry a responsibility to be mindful of that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Lyon, followed by Councillor Marrington.
Thank you, Chair. This is, in my view, a reasonable and constructive motion that addresses a clear issue within the complaints system. When vexatious and politically motivated complaints are progressed to investigation stage, it causes significant and needless distress for the accused. This motion seeks to protect members against such complaints by requiring officers to provide written justification for their decisions to progress them to investigation. So the effect of the resolutions will be to shift the burden of proof of guilt fractionally towards officers and the burden of proof of innocence fractionally away from members. And it therefore, as Councillor McKenna alluded, it supports our aspiration to be a member-led rather than an officer-led council. One thing we can all agree on is that members should not be sanctioned for telling the truth. Indeed, the 6th of the Nolan Principles of Public Life requires us to do so. Councillor Tudor was subjected to an investigation following complaints that she had asserted that trans women are men pretending to be women. This might be an uncomfortable truth, an inconvenient truth, or indeed a distressing truth for some, but nonetheless it is a truth. And any definition of woman cannot include any kind of men. And any definition of anything cannot include its opposite. It would probably be easy politically for us to sit here and say trans women are women, wear a lanyard, feel virtuous. But we would be falling short of the 6th of the Nolan Principles. On that point, it would be interesting to know whether any members have ever been investigated for making such a demonstrably false claim. If the proposed change to the process had been in place when Councillor Tudor's complaints were being processed, the officer would have been required to make explicit whether the expression is protected under law. The expression of the belief that women are not men, are female, is not only protected under the Equality Act, but also it corresponds with the meaning of sex in law, as well as being a material fact, and therefore the truth. The resolutions contained in this motion would improve the complaints.
30 seconds.
Thank you, Anita. Introducing an additional level of rigour, protecting members, and providing assurance to the public that taxpayers' money will not be spent pursuing baseless complaints. You sometimes hear, if you've nothing to hide, you've nothing to fear. Well, this is the mantra of totalitarians the world over, and a chilling sentiment that should have no place in our democratic institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marrington, followed by Councillor Alvey.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm minded to support the motion, but I just wanted to say I also welcomed what Loveday you said about the Standards Committee and coming along, and I'll definitely be taking you up because I'm interested. And the reason I want to support is because I just want to put my voice to the fact that freedom of speech is so important. And I noted that actually, Councillor Tarrant, you mentioned John Stuart Mills, and as a Liberal Democrat, freedom of speech is a key tenet that I hold dear. Now, I've also witnessed the chilling effect of what happens when, because you're a member in public life, you're held to a higher regard, and the cautiousness, once you have had complaints put in against you, it makes you very, very nervous about every single thing you say without good legal protection. And I've sat and had that before when I've found these things. And I know very well that that's the first thing you do, step back, and your freedom of speech is limited. I've also seen that happen to other people, and I think anything that we can do to just make sure that there's no, that we're very clear, because as people have said, there's all sorts of culture wars, and I think there has to be a clarity of what and an understanding from the people that are essentially telling us what the results are if you've been put through the process. But I do find as well the way out there, it's got so polarised, everything has got so polarised that even recently when somebody put a fairly nothing statement up, the complaint system was used, and I felt that really keenly, having supported her a lot and just seeing what that goes through when you're in public life and suddenly put through that. I can remember the very first place I was when I got a code of conduct. I can remember how that felt. And I really echo what you said about never being hated, and then all of a sudden you are. So we in this role. So I just welcome the look at. I will support this just to look. I don't think it does too much more than what the standards, what is going to be happening in standards. We can go through all that. And I think, Dulcie, back to that point, I think it was really helpful that we got that advice, because we have that advice now. And that's clarified that, so we now know what to do in that specific. So in terms of taxpayer money, I think that is useful to have been done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Alvey, followed by Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Alvey.
Thank you, Chairman. I find myself in a strange position of agreeing with pretty much everything that Councillor Tarrant and Councillor Connor and others have said, but at the same time, entirely supporting and agreeing with the chair of the Standards Committee, which I also sit on, Councillor Jenkin, because we are already doing it. And I think this motion smacks more or shows more of an ignorance of the Standards Committee's process and the Code of Conduct than it does actually trying to solve a problem that doesn't actually exist at the moment. So for that reason, I can't support the motion. I'd also highlight that when you look at the number of standards complaints that come in, the sheer number that don't get past first base says that we are already doing that triage, that sifting of complaints. Very few complaints actually go through to proper investigation. So I can understand why this motion has been brought. What I can't accept is that it's actually going to achieve anything that doesn't exist, particularly as any time now we are going to have a mandatory code of conduct coming down the line from Westminster, which will not be debatable. We will have to follow it to the letter, however it's presented. Although we will get some opportunity, I believe, before the law changes to provide feedback as a council on its content. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Mitchell.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would hope as a Standards Committee we're already doing it, and I think we are. It's been called a non-motion, it may be. I wonder, the difference between free speech and hate speech has always been narrow, and it's getting narrow. It changes from day to day. I can remember when I was a kid, they used to put homosexual people into jail. Gayness was a choice, and you'd made that choice, so you deserved to go to jail. Things change all the time, and we can see across the pond hate speech being almost legitimised. I hope it will never happen over here. And so I think it's a rolling thing. I do expect and I hope that Councillor Town-Tudor will be with us in July to debate this. It is a long, hard debate. If we're going to write down what we can say, what we can't say, we're going to be here for a year. So I think there has to be some, that we can't fetter the Standards Committee. There has to be some idea that they know what they're doing, and we hope they are, and we'll make sure they are. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got no one else on my list, so I'll go back to the proposer who has the right to reply before it's put to the vote. We're still doing a little bit of work on the wording here. Coming through to you now.
just to explain to the meeting, because I think it's helpful for members to understand, that Councillor Yellen's proposal, which has been on the face of it accepted by Councillors Tarrant and Tudor, relates to 2 clauses in the motion and not just one. So I'm just sending that to Councillors Tarrant and Tudor so that they appreciate where the amendments have come in, so that we can establish that they agreed to it, and then we can circulate to all members and then take a vote. Thank you.
So, Councillor Tarrant, do you need more time, or are you ready to respond?
No, that's fine.
Thank you. So, you have a right to reply before it's put to the vote, and then we will inform members of the extra words.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd like to thank all the councillors for their debate, and I'd like to thank particularly Councillor Jenkins for her comments, and just say that, you know, with the Councillors Tudor's experience of code of conduct, I think that demonstrates the current policies and procedures are not fit for purpose at the moment. And for Councillor Alvey, you know, why not send this to the vote? It's going to go to your Standards Committee anyway. I don't understand the logic of that. I'd like to particularly thank Councillor McKenna and Lyons. I thought they spoke excellently, and Councillor O'Connor as well. The Overton window, indeed, Councillor Mitchell, has been narrowing and now has been opening slightly, which I'm pleased to say. And I'd finally like to say that you know, freedom of expression is not a luxury. It's a foundation of any free society. It allows people to question authority, challenge prevailing ideas, and speak openly without fear. While this freedom is not unlimited, we should be deeply cautious about allowing restrictions to expand too far. When institutions become too quick to silence, censor, or control debate in the name of safety, the result is not a stronger democracy, but a weaker one. A healthy democracy depends on the freedom to disagree, to dissent, and to be heard. Protecting freedom of expression and fair process does not undermine society, it strengthens it. If we value open debate, individual liberty, and accountable institutions, then we should stand firmly in favour of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, thank you. Everyone should have the amendment before them, so you know what you're voting for. Are we all happy to proceed to the vote? Yeah, okay. So it's 4 against, 4 abstain or against.
Couple more seconds, members. Vote closed.
And that motion's been won and will be passed on to the Standards Committee. Thank you very much. We now go on to questions to Cabinet members. So if you'd like to put up your hands, we start collecting. Jim Candy.
German, Creek, Thornby, Jenkins.
Creek, Jenkins. Hang on, let's get some of those over there. Okay, I've got Candy, German, Creek, Jenkins, Sawnby, O'Keefe, Yelland, Blackman, Barker, Mustoe, McGowan, Thomas and Desmond.
Have you got Black on there?
Burnett, Black.
No, not Black.
Black and Burnett. Okay, Off we go. Councillor Candy, followed by Councillor German.
Thank you, Chair, for inviting me to ask a question. My question is about mental health. So it will go to Councillor Jim McKenna, I believe. We've heard earlier impassioned, emotional debates about the mental health of children in our schools. Mental health affects all of us. So I know, Chair, you have chosen Mind Cornwall as your charity of the year. I also support Cornwall Mind, and in order to support Mind, I raise money by a sponsored swim in Adrenaline Quarry on July the 18th of this year. So can I ask whether Councillor McKenna and all other members of the Cabinet and all councillors interested in the well-being of people in our communities and in particular mental health to join me on that day, or if not, I will circulate a Just Giving link nearer the time so that you can all support a good cause.
Thank you. That's not really a question, is it? That's, well, I think you're only asking. Oh, all the more reason to encourage Councillor McKenna to take part, I think.
How can I put this? Get lost. I think, in fairness, Jim, I'd rather look after my own health and well-being than die in a quarry. So I don't swim. I'm too old to learn to swim. I can manage about 10 inches. That's about it. But so thank you for the offer. Is it a Saturday?
No, come on. We have to move on. I've got a long list of speakers.
On a serious
entertaining though it is.
On a serious note, Mr. Chairman, because I did save you a lot of time with my two previous interventions. Councillor Candy, I'd be happy to sponsor you.
Thank you. Right, move on. Thank you. Councillor German, followed by Councillor Creek.
Thank you, Chairman. My question's for the Leader. I'd like to ask Leader, last full council meeting you publicly undertook to have a review of non-disclosure agreements that were signed in the last council. How is that progressing?
Thank you, Councillor German. So I've had the initial meeting with the monitoring officer and the terms of reference have been drafted. I've not seen the terms of reference yet, so we've got a meeting coming up in the next couple of weeks after half term, I think, to progress that. And also, as an aside, we have a paper coming to C&G in June, I think, about severance pay in particular and severance procedures. So just keep an eye out for that. But that's where we are so far.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you. Councillor Creek, followed by Councillor Jenkins.
Thanks, Chair. My question's to the Cabinet Member for Transport, so Councillor Rogerson. So I want to firstly genuinely welcome the launch of the Mid-Cornwall Metro this week, which the most frequent service to Newquay since the 1960s. It's a real milestone for Newquay, of course, and of course for Cornwall as well. Obviously, you'll be aware, not the best few days for the service. I myself experienced a cancelled branch line yesterday at Parr, which left me stranded in Parr, and whilst Parr's a lovely place to be, not ideal to get back to Newquay with no trains. And there's also already public evidence of further breakdowns and delays since its launch on Sunday, 2 days ago. So a couple of quick questions, if I may. What performance benchmarks has Cornwall Council secured from GWR as a co-funder? And what levers do we have, if any, when they're not met? Do we understand what the shifting of GWR to public ownership on the 13th of December will mean for that line and the network more widely for Cornwall? And can the Cabinet Member commit to pressing GWR, or indeed the government, depending on who's running it at that time, for a specific confirmed date, unless you already have one, for the full service from Newquay to Truro and Falmouth, rather than the vague 2027, which I think is currently on offer? Thank you.
Thank you.
Miras Kaderia, and thank you, Councillor Creek, for that.
I'm sorry to hear that he was delayed, but I hope he took the opportunity to maybe do a bit of weeding or something while he was waiting and joining others in doing that, as I have been with my local Weed It team in Bodmin. We don't have a firm date, as you probably guessed, for the start of that service, but we continue to press that. We have an oversight group in the council which involves Councillor Painter from the finance side and myself and senior officers about continuing work in that partnership, because there are bits of that scheme still to deliver, as well as the all these sort of active travel and all those things, as well as the rail service. So we have regular meetings, and what I can also say is, as chair of the Peninsula Rail Task Force that I was elected to by my colleagues in other local authorities in the Peninsula as a result of this, I have very regular meetings with GWR, and they will continue with Great British Railways afterwards. So I will continue to raise those performance issues, and as he does with Park and Ride and all sorts of other things, I'm sure he will keep me updated with performance as we go.
Thank you. Councillor Jenkins, followed by Councillor Sawnby.
Miraz Kadaria. My question is for Councillor Rich on the environment. Does he share with me and the many town and parish councils the concerns about the operation of South West Water in Cornwall, and acknowledge the current Doa Glan clean water campaign that town and parish councils are signing up to try and ask the government to look at how our infrastructure in Cornwall is being managed, or has been managed over the past years, or not been managed over the past years, and how we could actually have a better, improved operating system within Cornwall to support our failing infrastructure.
Thank you. Councillor Rich.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your question, Councillor Jenkins. I'm aware of the campaign, the parish and town councils. I'm aware of a huge amount of concern. Obviously, we had a Healthy Rivers and Sea Summit recently. South West Water obviously attended that. And there are concerns generally about bathing water quality. There's concerns about nutrients getting into the river. There's concerns about this winter we had huge amounts of rain, and we had problems with septic tank emptying. The treatment plants couldn't cope. I know Hale was basically underwater a lot of the time, so there were huge issues this winter. Absolutely aware of that. With South West Water as an organisation, myself and Councillor Le Broy, we were actually up at Bude recently looking at the treatment centre, and when you look at what they do and how they work, I wouldn't say necessarily infrastructure. What we saw was something that works really well 99% of the time. Yes, they overflow. They do discharge into rivers when there's extreme weather. But I think we have a relationship with South West Water. They're very keen. They're really keen to come to Cornwall Council. One of the operatives wants to actually come, and he's offered to sit at the Long Gallery during full council meetings, so members can go out and speak to him. Obviously, unfortunately, that's not practical to do, because we need the councillors in here to vote and stuff. So, but I'm aware of the campaign and I'm aware of the concerns, but I'm also aware we do need to speak to South West Water and hold them to account. We need to do that in a really informed way, and I'm really happy to support the campaign, the Town and Parishes Council, so we can get where we all want to. We want our rivers and seas to be clean.
Thank you. Councillor Sawnby, then Councillor O'Keefe.
Yeah, thank you. My question is directed at Councillor Rogerson. I'm asking this question really on behalf of the motorcyclists of Cornwall. We know we've got a problem with potholes, and I know you're doing your best to correct them, to fill them, etc., etc. But it's nothing worse going out for a ride and just weaving in and out, dodging potholes. But the one thing that does annoy us is the drop manhole covers. The drop inspection covers, the size of this, they can come up on you uninspected, and if you hit one of those, it's a real jolt, I'll tell you that now. And it goes down, gets your back, and when you get home, you're glad to get off the bike. So we don't want to spend our our days weaving in and out, just not for potholes, but dropped inspection covers. What are highways doing about these issues, please? Thank you.
Well, all of these things, where they're picked up either reported by a member of the public or picked up as part of the survey work that our teams do, should be addressed. As we heard earlier when we were talking about lines, there is, we have a budget and we have to deal with that and prioritise things. But if there's anything that isn't safe, I would urge any road user to report that. We will get that checked and seen to as soon as we can. And if Councillor Saunby would like to meet in particular, or is any organisations representing motorcyclists that he's involved with who would like to meet, I'd be very happy to do that, because there may be other issues we can talk about. The road safety strategy that we just passed, for example, through Cabinet, picks up issues for motorcyclists there, and there may be some things we could talk about there as well.
Thank you. Councillor O'Keefe, followed by Councillor Yelland. Councillor O'Keefe.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Councillor LeBroy. In the current housing crisis that we're facing here in Cornwall, with over 25,000 people on the housing list, it's been brought to my attention that Cornwall Council has proceeded to buy 5 three-bedroom properties in Penzance under the title of the Afghan Resettlement Programme. I understand that 3 of the properties are already occupied, but the remaining 2 properties are awaiting the arrival of the occupants to which they've been allocated. It's also my understanding that none of the occupants speak English, none are eligible to work, so all on benefits, multiple children who will also need educating. They are also not registered as British citizens, so please could you explain how members have not been made aware of this and who is responsible for giving permission to purchase these properties under this programme. When we all in the chamber get email after email and phone call after phone call from our own constituents that are born and bred in this county, waiting to get allocated a place to call home.
Thank you. Councillor LeBroy and Councillor Marrington will come in as well on that. Councillor LeBroy, or Councillor Marrington, you want to answer?
Hi, and obviously the specific details I can speak about afterwards, but we do have a resettlement programme. It's on the Cornwall Council website. The money for resettled families, for refugees, is from the Home Office. It's not Cornwall Council's money. So I'm happy to have a conversation and explain sort of more, but there is lots of detail up there. I think I've done an email out to people as well, but I'll try and find it and give you some more information.
Thank you. Councillor McKenna, you want to come in on the answer?
Yeah, Chair, to be clear, I understand, I haven't visited them, but I understand that some of these properties are in my division. These are the families of Afghans who supported our army, our armed forces, in the war. It's not a question of random people landing and being given housing. It's a question of people who've probably saved lives, British lives, years ago, who are now under threat in Afghanistan, who are being supported. End of.
Thank you.
But surely we look after our own first, isn't it?
Thank you. There's no supplemental on that one. Councillor Yelland. Sorry?
Thank you,
Councillor Yelland, followed by Councillor Blackman. Councillor Yelland.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the leader, Councillor Frost. At the most recent Cabinet meeting, in response to a public question, you stated that an investigation into the General Wolf purchase was not required. And as the Councillor for Central St Austell, this came as quite a surprise to me, and I know an awful lot of people who would disagree with that stance. At Cabinet, you cited factors such as inflation, COVID, and rapid deterioration as reasons for the £725,000 loss at auction. However, would you not accept that a more significant factor may have been the failure to carry out a full feasibility study before committing £1 million of taxpayer money, contrary to professional advice that was provided at the time? And do you still maintain that no further investigation is needed? And if so, how can you reassure residents that losses of this scale would not be repeated without proper scrutiny? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question. So the reality is, we do an investigation, we won't get a different answer. We know what happened, we know why it happened, we know how it happened. So re-investigating something we already know is a waste of our time and money. So it's you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Because we can waste money going back over the same old ground and learning nothing, or we can look forward, accept that this one was a cock-up, right? That's just the way it is. These things happen, and we move forward and make sure it never happens again. We've learnt the lessons, but doing another investigation into it will not breed a different result. So let's just get on with the job that we need to do. That's my stance.
Thank you. Councillor Blackman, followed by Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to Councillor Rich. In her seminal text, Climate Change, Uncertainty and Risk, climatologist Dr. Judith Curry documents how a manufactured consensus has been enforced across academia and governance, largely driven by centralised institutional funding that requires climate compliance to secure grants and a monolithic media apparatus that suppresses dissenting peer-reviewed data. I'm getting to the question. Given that robust science requires open debate, and considering that even Nobel laureates who challenge IPCC orthodoxies have faced institutional cancellation, how can this council justify baselining its long-term financial and infrastructure strategy on an ideological narrative that, on the one hand, actively suppresses scientific uncertainty, and on the other hand, behaves so authoritatively?
Thank you. Councillor Rich, can you answer that?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. Thanks, Councillor Blackman, for your question. And it's good to have these sort of philosophical debates. And John Locke, John Stuart Mill's mentioned today. So it's good in a way to know that there are lots of different views around. The view of the Cabinet and the Council is that addressing the climate and nature crisis, that's a priority. It's what most people in Cornwall, when we consult residents, a majority, a significant majority support the action that we're taking. There's a looming, potential energy crisis, and in my view, there's going to be a food security crisis too. Now, if you speak to farmers, they will tell you that the weather patterns have changed, that the climate is changing, and we've set out, I've previously explained that the view of the council is that human activity is the driver for that, and completely recognise that other people might have different ideas about it. But this is what we're doing, and I go back to my point before that even if you don't agree with the science behind our action, a lot of the things that we're doing, it's about investing, economic investment. And just the other day I was at the Green Fair at Chasewater and speaking to somebody about sodium battery technology, which is really interesting. There's a lot of companies out there. They're based in Cornwall and they're doing really good stuff. They're scientists or engineers that are educated locally, and these are really well-paid, really good jobs. So some of us went to geothermal energy centre the other day. Now, geothermal energy is used in Iceland. It supplies most of their hot water and heat. It's a tried and tested technology. These are things we're doing. We're not climate zealots. We're not extremists. We're just trying to be sensible. We're going with the considered view of the majority of scientific evidence that's available to us, and we're doing that, and I think we're doing that in a reasonable and careful way. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barker, then Councillor Musto.
Thank you, Chair. It's just for Portfolio Holder for Highways, Dan Rogerson. It's to discharge a promise I made this time last week when I was paralysed at the trauma unit at Trillisk Hospital. They'd got me. I wasn't able to move following a gardening accident. Had 9 hours in A&E and a 48-hour emergency op. Amazing care. But they did say, after I'd told them I was a councillor, which was a big mistake, that they've had 30 to 45-minute delays on Trizzel's Road. And I experienced that firsthand, having to go in there for an 8 o'clock start. I don't know whether it's a problem with the new car park at the back or the road works, but with NHS isn't one of our portfolios, but it's a partner, a really important partner in Cornwall. And I'll send you a note, but if you could possibly look at how we update the hospital in terms of the roadworks and save either their personal time or NHS time to the tune of 30 to 45 minutes as and when we have those roadworks. So.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that. And I'm glad to see that you have totally recovered from your gardening mishap. I have to say, back when I was an MP, I was having a minor procedure once, and I was clocked by the doctor who was carrying it out. And at that point, you have to agree with everything they say about their recommendations for the future of the NHS and everything else in general until you make it out safely. So when it comes to those issues, Councillor Tudor has raised with me issues in her division nearby affected by people using, well, the hospital, but also the college as well. So these are issues, I am in touch with her about, and we are going to be looking at. With sort of shorter term roadworks and things that are happening there, obviously I can look at that, and if you can give me more detail, then we'll take that up.
Thank you. Councillor Musco and then Councillor McGowan.
Thank you, Chair. This is for Councillor Frank. At full council in April, council voted to request of Cabinet that they update Cornwall Council's admissions policy to make Penrice and Poulter schools joint designated schools for the current Penrice and Poulter designated areas, and also take the opportunity to review the wider policy to ensure other rural communities are not being adversely affected in the same way. Can I have an update on what's happened since then, please, to progress this?
Yeah.
Well, okay. Essentially, as I think we discussed following that there would be a working group to discuss that. It hasn't met yet, but we'll keep Councillor Musto updated as we go forward.
Thank you, and bearing in mind that it's the admissions policy, not the transport policy, that we've asked to review.
Thank you. Councillor McGowan, then Councillor Thomas.
Thank you. Question for Councillor Morrington regarding recent announcements of a £30 million investment into High Street Crime Unit and £6 million investment into trading standards. What, if any, allocation will be coming to Cornwall, and how might this money be used to address high street organised crime in areas of Cornwall, including Falmouth?
The sort of short answer is I don't think it will probably be coming down to Cornwall, that, because it's quite targeted. Although it's going to trading standards, this area hasn't been mentioned. I think what the important thing is, though, is that we'll always be searching for funding that we can do for this sort of thing. And obviously, we still have issues, even though we don't have some of the issues that they've set out, and the areas are not mentioned in that grant. But we're actively, we'll still be looking.
Thank you. Councillor Thomas and then Councillor Desmond.
Morass, to Councillor Painter, you may recall 2 meetings back, I think it was, I raised a question about redundancies due to the lack of good growth funding. Are you able to give us an update on, firstly, the number of redundancies, because you were very optimistic that many staff would be relocated within Cornwall Council, and also really the cost. Do we have an actual figure yet as to how much this has cost the fact that Labour isn't working in Cornwall?
Thank you for your question. I'll sit down, it's a lot easier. I don't have the figures off the top of my head, so I'd rather check them and give you the accurate figures rather than guessing. But I'm happy to do that and copy in all members.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Desmond and then Councillor Black.
Congratulations to the Chair. My question is for Councillor McKenna regarding hospitals at home, virtual hospitals. Councillor McKenna, do you agree that this is just a money-saving device, considering the cost of a hospital bed is approximately £392 in hospital per day, compared to £104 if the patient is cared for at home, as reported to me when I had my meeting with Cornwall Partnership NHS Foundation Trust at 3 Milestone. Concerns have been raised by a consultant and a local GP, and I also have valid concerns as they only have a workforce of approximately 49 people to cover the whole of Cornwall with virtually no night sitters. Would Councillor McKenna agree that the bulk of the care then rests with the family, the unpaid, unseen carers who in effect are taking most of the responsibility for the care of their loved ones on their shoulders? Also, that in transferring care at home, vital health issues and changes in the patient could be missed. In my estimation, every single one of us in this chamber is going to be affected either directly or indirectly by hospitals at home in the direction care seems to be going.
Councillor Desmond, thank you for your question. That's the first I've heard of what I'm familiar with the fact that there is a sort of project potentially happening, but that's the first I've heard in terms of detail.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if it was only £390, give or take, for 24 hours in a hospital bed. I think it's generally much more than that. There is an element of cost saving. There will be an element of cost saving inevitably because adult care has to save over £20 million in the current financial year. But if you can drop me an email, I will get further details. And if the wider membership wishes, I can send that out to the whole of council. Okay? Excellent.
I've got a supplementary. Is it possible I could... would Councillor McKenna be agreeable to issuing an invitation to the team at 3 Milestone to give a presentation to the Committee of Adult Health, Social Care and Scrutiny on the pros and cons of virtual hospitals so that the Council can form an opinion independently, as I think it's important for us to be in possession of all the facts, as this could, as I said, potentially affect either directly or indirectly everyone in this chamber. Also, the residents of Cornwall, who we represent, and those figures are correct. They were given to me when I had the presentation.
Well, sorry, that's a question to the Chair of Scrutiny.
Councillor Desmond, it's not for me to dictate what goes on the scrutiny agenda, but if you copy in Councillor Chopak to anything you send to me, I'm sure she'd be amenable. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Black, followed by Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Chair. My question's for the portfolio holder for community safety and public health. In light of the recent parliamentary debate on residential park sites, how many inspections and enforcement actions relating to residential park home sites have been undertaken by Cornwall Council over the last 3 years, and what assessment has been made of whether current enforcement activity is adequately safeguarding residents? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I've got some figures here. So 2026, 40 out of 111, which is 36%. 2025, 77 out of 111, and 2024, 64 out of 111. And it's a reactive and it's not a, you have to do all of them or anything like that. It's part proactive, part reactive. Any park home site that pays fees, we should inspect. There are some sites that are exempt, such as single units, and so one caravan, single family occupancy. And the compliance, or what we look at, it's a range of inspection within the role covering alcohol, licensed premises, taxi licence, breeding, boarding establishments, that's the whole of what they're looking at, scrap metal dealers, street trading and gambling enforcement. So that's what licensing look at overall. In terms of the assessment for safeguarding, there is some stuff on the website specifically for park home or people living in park homes. So that's worth looking at. I don't know if there's a specific assessment of where it's at, but we do go out and look at case, or look at park homes, do that piece. I would say at some point there might be civil, where these things get to be civil or our responsibility or whatever if there's issues. But if there's a specific instance, then if you wanted to get in touch, then we could look at it.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burnett, followed by Councillor Cador.
Thank you, Chair. This is to Peter LeBroy. I've read with interest the reported plans of the Duchy of Cornwall to realise around 20% of its current investments and to invest the proceeds in various projects, including affordable housing in Cornwall. The Council also has a stated aim to provide much needed housing within the Duchy with a target of 7,000 properties under the Homes Cornwall project. Can you confirm that the Council will look both to liaise and work with the Duchy of Cornwall to ensure that the houses are built across Cornwall where they're most needed and will bring the most benefit to the people?
Short answer, absolutely yes. Our officers are in constant contact with the Duchy, so we are aware of what they're doing. The exact detail for Cornwall hasn't actually been released yet at this point. Tim Dwelly and I actually met with the agent from the Duchy here at the Housing Summit just, I think, 3 or 4 weeks ago. And he was quite engaging, and he's already offered to meet with us and talk us through the programme that they have. So, yes, absolutely, we want to work absolutely positively with any large landholding in Cornwall, particularly the Duchy, in order to make sure that we provide the homes we need for our people. So, thank you for the question, and yes, of course, we will be.
Thank you. Councillor Cador, followed by Councillor Tudor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This question goes to the portfolio holder, Councillor Merrington. I'd like to draw to your attention the growing concerns amongst dog owners of dogs on the index of exempted dogs under the dangerous dogs legislation. When this exemption process was introduced, owners were required to meet a strict conditions set by DEFRA. This included maintaining third-party liability insurance. It is this condition that is causing significant anxiety and uncertainty. At present, the only widely available provider of third-party liability insurance for exempted dogs has been through the Companion Club scheme run by Dogs Trust. However, this cover will cease on the 30th of June 26, leaving many owners deeply concerned about how they will continue to comply with the law. Government guidance currently states that owners will be contacted by DEFRA in June 26 regarding next steps, but many owners remain uncertain and worried as no detailed solution has yet been communicated. This is now 6 weeks away. Therefore, can the portfolio holder urgently approach DEFRA to seek clarity on what arrangements will be in place from the 1st of July 26 and whether owners of the exempted dogs will remain compliant with the law if no alternative insurance product is available through circumstances beyond their control? Further, will the Council support calls for clear and timely communication to affected residents to reduce unnecessary distress and uncertainty?
Thank you for your question. You might have to send me an email with all of that written out because that's quite detailed. And certainly we'll get back if you know you need to give me that detail. I'll get back to officers. But I do know with dangerous dogs, there's a between our officers and what we do and what the police does. There's and I know this because there are issues in my division actually, and I've seen different parts play out through the police and what we do. So I'll definitely, if you get that question to me, I'll get somebody straight away to get back to you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And Councillor Tudor.
Oh, thank you. I have a question for the leader. I let you know I was going to ask this. So, Councillor Frost, you'll remember back in November when, as part of the Leader Decision Day, the Council officially accepted more than £750,000 of funding from the Football Foundation to build much-needed all-weather 3G community football pitch at the Truro Sport Hub at Langarth. The build was due to start in February at the latest, to be finished by the start of the football season. But 6 months on and counting, and there's still not a start date to the build. This delay means local teams, including 3 Milestone AFC and the new Truro City women's team, now have nowhere to play because of their time slots that were booked for the new pitch on the 3G pitch. And worryingly, because of deadlines attached to the funding, the Football Foundation could withdraw the money altogether. Can the leader tell me what is the reason for the delay and who is responsible for it?
So I'm not quite clear on what the delay is and what's happened, but I am aware that Langarth LLP met with the Football Foundation this morning and had a really positive meeting about the funding. So the funding is secure. The start date will be in July with a completion of October, which is unfortunate because it is 2 months into the season, but that's the best they can do. On terms of the changing room building as well, the planning is in detailed design, and then that construction that will start ASAP. But there's a few outstanding issues, I understand, that are minor that just need to be tackled with, and once that is done, the build start will happen.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to hear that it looks like it is going to happen soon. However, I wondered if I can be supplied with the information in the question that what is the reason for the delay. I appreciate you can't do that now, but I would like it from you. What is the reason for the delay and who is responsible for it?
Absolutely, that's fine.
Thank you. And that takes us to the end of our list. Sorry, have I missed someone? Councillor Trevelyan, apologies.
Hi, this is a question for either Councillor Rogerson or Councillor Rich to answer. In my division, and I'm sure in many others, we have a problem when it comes to abandoned vehicles, either deliberately or due to a traffic accident. Sometimes the vehicle is easily accessible, and despite the length of time it sits there, by hook or by crook, they eventually go. However, when a vehicle leaves the carriageway, removal is not so easy. The emphasis is on the owner or the insurance company to remove it. But if this is not possible, who then is responsible to remove the vehicle? We have a vehicle in my ward that is overturned in a ditch. It's been there for over 6 months. I accept it's not an easy extraction being on a busy stretch of road. It will need partial road closure and at a cost. Nature is slowly hiding this vehicle, and my concern is, if left to rot, the pollution release will go into the watercourse and surrounding land. If the owner or insurance cannot achieve removal, the council has told me the cost involved in removal does not warrant it being removed. Are we seriously considering leaving it there? Do we put costs over the environment? Could provision be made to speed up the removal of abandoned vehicles, and could the Cabinet look into this particular case, or the relevant people? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rogerson.
I've heard via email from Councillor Ravelli about this one, and it is actually environment officers that are doing this, because I think counts as like a fly tipping. Given where it is, it's on the land, not on the highway, so I think it's one for Larrick.
Councillor Rich.
Yeah, fly tipping. I don't know, Tolly, you do that as well, don't you? Sorry. But I mean, yeah, sorry to keep... But I appreciate your dilemma, and obviously, if that was happening in my ward, I'd be just as frustrated and concerned for the environment as you. In my view, you know, we shouldn't be allowing any kind of abandoned items to be polluting the environment. I mean, you know, if you're talking about organised, I'm not suggesting this is organised crime at all, but it costs £1.5 billion a year to deal with illegal waste dumps and things like that. There are some issues that I know the Environment Agency and the police are working on some issues of that at the moment. So one tiny vehicle, I'm not saying that that's not, you know, that's not a problem, but there are lots of problems like that. And I know actually in Councillor Mitchell's, well, he's gone, ward, there is a vehicle in his ward in St Agnes that I saw once. It's a mile up a path. So I don't know how some joyrider took it up there and left it, and it's been there for years, and trees are now growing through it. So I think you know, the officer, we have to be careful as an authority about going onto private land and spending huge amounts of money on stuff, because you know, if we do one thing, then there's going to be 1,000 others to do. But I do agree with you that we do need to sort this out.
We'll pin you down a bit there, Councillor Rich. Will you meet, and I'm not looking for people to do their casework here, but nor are we looking for that to be there for 5 years, so could you have a chat with him afterwards and sort it out? Thank you. And have I missed anybody else? We done?
Thank you.
We done? Excellent. Lovely. Thank you very much. Court declare the meeting closed.